fine. So just go to it.
Sawa.
Yeah, found it actually. So you just click on it. Okay. Then after that hold it off. And then hold in your dinner top.
That's fine.
Yes. But we are here because these things are very well under control. So don't let us see it. Okay. Don't let us what you don't see that through.
It's okay.
So live on the way to shopping. So managing all these things, yes. One of the graphics guys is there. What is it? Forwarding this to you. Cyrus. Yes. It's open.
Yin is a nutrition-focused institution, and the strategic objective of GIN is to ensure that we eliminate malnutrition in all its form in the world. The marketplace for Nutritious Foods project is focused on enabling bottom of the pyramid consumers to access safe and nutritious foods. SMEs provide most of the food items that consumers have. And if then we are able to have these SMEs avail this food in a way that it is accessible to the bottom of the pyramid,
be gracious enough I need a more emphatic good morning. Good morning! Amma, the masks have kind of masked the voice. Have they? Probably you can just put it aside for a second and say, good morning! That's a little bit better. We're just about to start, but before we start, I want to kindly request that all the rows at the back, all the people at the rows at the back, we have so much more better room in the front row. They've been reserved for you, so you don't have to sit as backbenchers. So kindly and quickly, if you can just come to the front so that we can now commence the proceedings of the day. Karibuni sana, in the meantime. Very well. Let's fill up the front desks, at least the front chairs, so at least we can begin the business of the day. Awesome. I like that you're very responsive. Pretty good. I don't know about you, but for me it feels like my first day back in school. Since March, this is my first event to start in an open space where people are meeting physically. Everybody has been on Zoom. I don't know about you. How many have attended like 5 meetings after March? Physical meetings. By show of hands. So you all feel like from once? Back to school. All right, good. I'm sure by the end of the day, at least we have reminded ourselves on how to network and how to engage across board. Before we start, I want to call upon Mr. Munge from Safari Park just to take us through some of the security procedures. We're living in interesting times, and of course, we have to abide by some of the regulations that have been stipulated by both the government and also by Safari Park. Karibu sana.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ngome Elamon. On behalf of Safari Park Hotel, may I take this chance to welcome you here. We feel humbled to have you here. So to start us off, as you enter the hall, on your immediate left we have washrooms. We have far end of the function area. As an institution, we believe that the problem shared is a problem half solved. In case of sickness, don't keep it yourself. We have a clinical officer who is based in the hotel. Please raise a red flag and we shall come to your rescue. During lunch break, tea break, we advise that you carry your cell phones with you because you are from different organizations and we shall not be accountable for small things like a cell phone. So ensure that you keep it closer to you. In case of fire outbreak, we don't expect any, but then if you get that point, all those doors behind us are not lockable. Just push and we shall calmly leave the hall. The fire assembly point is on our immediate left as you get out of the hall. Then the fire marshals will take it over from there. Because of what's going on, we strongly recommend that the physical and social distancing should be observed at all times. The mask has to be put on throughout. We only give a leeway when what you're handling is equally critical. Somebody said, he who brings cola brings life. You guys have brought cola in a more balanced manner and nutritious manner. The world we live in is having challenges over the cell. So we need you now and in the future, for the sake of continuity, ensure that the mask is on, let's sanitize as much as possible, and in case of any hitch, please don't hesitate to raise a red flag. We have a security personnel who is based in the hotel. We guys are here, so raise a red flag and we shall come to rescue. My parting shot is this. Anything that you cannot visualize cannot be accomplished. You guys are focused, whatever you're handling is critical at an individual and corporate level. So I'm optimistic that at the end of the session, we are going to have an interactive session and we shall all stand to gain out of this. Otherwise, karibuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Munga. I'm hoping that all the instructions are very clear. Unfortunately, being the person behind the microphone, and I think we have kept good social distance, I will excuse myself by not wearing the mask for now, but immediately I'm back on my seat, definitely I'll be able to put it on. Now, to start with, I want us to just first of all welcome you on behalf of GAIN for this closure event. I'm sure each and every one of you has interacted with GAIN in one way or another. But before we do that, I want to inform that this event is being streamed live via YouTube. And also, we're also on Twitter, sending out as many tweets as we can. And we're also on Zoom, so for those who were not able to attend and who would probably want to be part of this event, I would encourage each and every one of you to just share the link. I'm sure the team will share the logins and the hashtag. For instance, on Twitter, the handle is @MarketplaceKEN. For those who are on Twitter, @MarketplaceKEN, keep tweeting, share what you learned from this event. Already I'm seeing from the booklet there are very many interesting companies that have been featured today, and I'm sure definitely we can learn from each other in terms of what's going to happen. But before we start, I want to start, so that you can also start your tweeting and being out there. I want us to, everybody pick out your phone. I'm sure everybody, or majority of the people in the room have a smartphone. I don't want to assume. Right? Good. Now what I want you to do is go onto your phone, and we're doing a selfie, by the way, because we cannot shake hands with the person that we're sitting next to. It's good just let's do a quick selfie to just also show that, you know what, in as much as there is COVID that is happening, that we can still meet, but in a very responsible way. So I request that we all stand and get out your phones as we intentionally, be intentional with this. I'm calming down. I know you don't want to take a selfie. I like the way everybody looks so serious. Don't be too serious. You're serious already. Alright? So just take a selfie very quickly. Yes. Hands up, everybody. Up high. Take your selfie. Umechukuliwa? Are we there? Yes, the selfie generation, why not? And very quickly go onto your Twitter account. I'm sure I can certainly hope 20%, if not 50%, have Twitter accounts. So quickly go onto your Twitter, tweet about this event, tweet about the importance of nutrition, and tweet about probably even what you're doing. It's also probably hopefully going to be a platform for you to quickly network and also get to know who else is in the room. Some of you came very early, which is pretty good. And while you're at it, even just a quick stretch before we start, it's also pretty good, yeah? So stand from your position. I'll make it very quick and painless. You'll just normal stretch. First rub your hands, at least because you're not shaking each other's hands, eh? Assume, you just look at the other person next to you and assume that you're shaking hands, and you can nod and say, it's a very good morning, it's going to be a great day. Sarah? Yeah, as you tell them, you can speak through the mask, so it's okay. And you're looking forward to a very more interesting day. Sawa? And then as you stretch, just stretch. Kuketi kwa gari in this traffic of ours is quite something, all right? Good stretch. Fantastic, awesome. Has everybody tweeted? Almost. All right, let's get to it. Fantastic, good. All right, we can take our seats and get set for the day that is. Once more, on behalf of GAIN, I would like to welcome each and every one of you from the different organizations that you're representing, both development
of our projects within the organization in GAIN Kenya. Obviously, GAIN is a global organization, so we also operate in different countries. This project that we are celebrating today has been running since 2017 and is going to come to a close at the end of this calendar year, December 2020. A lot of you around the room obviously understand what we have been doing. We have been working with SMEs that are in the agri-business, agri-processing, food value chains to advance the outcomes of safe and nutritious foods consumption by Kenyans. So this is what we are celebrating here today. It is not the close of GAIN. GAIN is continuing. We are only going to be closing this project. And I'm just going to say a few things also to indicate that we are not even closing this particular project approach that we have been using or implementing with our SMEs. And with that, I will go back to just tell you a little more about what we do at GAIN. We live to improve or to make sure that there is better nutrition for all, especially those that are affected by malnutrition most. And the way that we do that, we normally we use three main pillars, and we don't want to be so technical. We say that we work to increase access, to increase demand, and to support others to provide a good working environment, for improving nutrition outcomes. With access, this is where we actually identify, go out and find partners. They could be civil society partners, but mainly we go look for businesses that are actually have the vision of putting safe and nutritious food on consumers' tables. And we support them to improve the supply, especially the processing, the retailing of any safe and nutritious food. The food needs to qualify as nutritious. I'm sure somebody will come and tell us a little more about that later, especially from the government.
And once we identify these businesses, sometimes they may be struggling, sometimes even their vision is not so clear, what they really want to do. And so we work together to help them clarify their vision, to help them add value addition, to help them improve accessibility, affordability, and availability of safe and nutritious food to consumers, especially those most affected by malnutrition. And when we talk about those most affected by malnutrition, it's especially the low income. A lot of us around this room also probably understand very well the nutrition map of Kenya and where the indicators are really bad. And so we try to work with businesses that can access those populations. On the second pillar, we try to increase demand for safe and nutritious food. Demand is who consumes food. It is us. It is a consumer. But again, remember the category that I have talked about. And in so doing, this is what sometimes we can call behavior change creation, perceptions. But we go a long way to make sure that those people working in our first pillar of creating access or improving access, how can the consumer, how can they meet in the middle with the consumer? Does the consumer understand what is safe and nutritious food? What is a good diversified diet? But we also make sure that they make a choice. That's why we call it demand creation. Some people call it behavior change, but sometimes you might change my behavior, but I don't make the choice. I keep it the knowledge in my head. We try to make sure that you make the choice to procure, to purchase, to eat. Even how do you prepare it, safe and nutritious food? And obviously, with that, we do a lot of education and making sure that the consumer understands why should they eat safe and nutritious food. And finally, on the third pillar, which is supporting a good working environment for everyone, for businesses especially, for consumers. How do they access? How do businesses work to process? The businesses around here will tell you in a short while. all that they go through to receive that safe, nutritious packet of fortified flour or bunch of vegetables or a good tin of peanut butter or very nutritious beans, etc. They will tell you how they go about all that. And for them to do that, we work very closely with government just to make sure that government creates awareness, knowledge. Government has very good policies, a very positive approach to enabling businesses to perform. Often we find that businesses are not even aware. When we bring them to this room in other meetings and we bring government officers, we often find that sometimes they're not even aware of the positive things that government has in place for them. That's one. But two, there are also other things that they would prefer that are done better. And so we provide that platform. We speak and talk with government, other key stakeholders. We work very closely with the UNs, and we are very glad today we are very well represented by the UNs to see how can we make the environment in Kenya better for consumption of nutritious food. We all know the reason why we must eat well. COVID has come to wake us up, to remind us that you need to eat well if you are going to be able to prevent or to avoid contracting. Obviously, we know that's not the only thing that you need to do. So those are our three main pillars. And I want to say, like I said, as we close this project, we are closing it at a very high note. Because in GAIN Kenya, we have, in the last 1 to 1.5 years, clarified our vision for the way forward for the next 3 to 5 years very well. And today, if I don't achieve anything else, I'd like to rally as many partners in this room that fall in those three categories that I've just talked about. I'd like to call you to come and join us as GAIN in what I'm just going to say in a short while. As we go into the journey of the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to be very exciting. And I would like to have as much subscription requests as possible for partnerships. This is what I love. I love networking and working with people to achieve something that is good for all of us as Kenyans. And the reason I'm saying this is because we have made it very clear to ourselves as GAIN. We've invited partners. I think some of you have come to some of our meetings when we have been looking at our strategic direction. Where do we want to go? What do we want to do as GAIN? We want to do one singular thing. We want to strengthen supply chains for nutritious foods. It's as simple as that. We want to strengthen supply chains for nutritious food.
Along those three pillars that I have talked about. So if you are in anywhere along the food value chain, please come and join us. Let me clarify that we haven't built capacity to work on the, should I call it the left-hand side of the food value chain. That is the production, the farm level. But we have lots of capacity from the farm gate to the dinner table to consumption. And especially I'd like to call upon partners that are working along the production level to come and work with GAIN. That's where we often struggle, because we need to make sure that the food we bring from the farm gates to consumption is traceable, is safe, is nutritious. Unfortunately, we are not in charge of the production. We are not able to be on the production level. So that's the first line of partners I would like to call. In strengthening supply chains for nutritious foods, we are going to be especially doing a number of things. We want to transform market systems. This is very exciting for us. Actually, we have redefined ourselves a little bit, but we are sticking to our initial mission and vision. We want to transform market systems. How do we want to do that? We want to make sure that food can move. Remember my supply chains. Food can move on that whole market continuum. And in that, you're going to find us actually working a lot with food suppliers. So now, not just SMEs that are probably stationed somewhere and processing food. In fact, we are inviting food suppliers. If you're supplying vegetables, if you're supplying dairy, are you doing it in a safe and nutritious way? Do you have a cold, what do you call it? The cold, that vehicle that moves, which is cold, you know it. It's cold chain. Do you have one? Or are your vegetables just rotting before they come from Kinangop to Nairobi? This is the question we are asking. Or to Machakos, or to Kitui, or even to Mombasa. So I'd like to hold hands with people that are doing that.
We would like to hold hands with food vendors. Are they in the market, the open market? Are they in the neighborhood? Where are they? Because at the end of the day, we worked with SMEs. And one of the key lessons we brought out of that is that our SMEs, most of them don't have a kiosk. So they give the food to someone else to bring it to you. And now we found that the transporters of food, many of them don't have a kiosk. They take it to the market, they give it to someone else to bring it to you. So we want to work with food vendors. Remember, I'm talking about market transformations, market systems transformations. How can we make that whole continuum of food supply safe and nutritious to reach the consumer? We want to strengthen that level of players, food system players that are actually doing the actual handing the food to you. The other thing that we are going to be strengthening during this time is demand creation. So market transformation and demand creation. Those, I can say, are the two main things we really want to strengthen. The area of demand creation. I think when the Ministry of Health comes to speak, they will tell us that they would really like anybody who can create awareness, who can make consumers understand that they must eat safe and nutritious food. And actually, again, we are committed in the next 5 years. And I hope I can get some partners to join us on that. Because if our dreams come true, in the next few years, you're going to hear about us. You're going to see us on the screens. You're going to see us on the billboards, asking consumers, what are you eating today? And you know that whole story. So those two things are the ones that we're going to be looking forward to. Let me mention this before I close. We are talking about food. When we talk about safe and nutritious, when we talk about diets, I like one of our senior directors who normally reminds us, people don't eat diets. Did you know that? You don't eat diets. You eat food. And so we have defined, based on the nutrition gaps in Kenya, based on the populations that have nutrition gaps, what foods are they not eating? Why do they have this situation? What do they need to eat? And we have defined 5 foods. We have identified 5 foods that we are going to be really paying attention to. One of them is fortified foods, fortified cereals. GAIN worked in the initial years in this country with the government to mandate fortification of main staples, maize flour, wheat flour, oil, and the government had been working a lot on the iodization of salt, and GAIN did some support on that. But we want to make sure that whatever flour, whatever oil, whatever wheat or maize flour comes to your table, if it's not already fortified by government standards, the other one that you buy from so-and-so is well taken care of. That's one. The second issue is animal-sourced foods. Did you know that Kenyans actually don't eat eggs? I should have brought that statistic with me. I'm sure somebody is going to tell you. There are people that are quite knowledgeable in this room. Kenyans don't eat eggs. Amazing. Many Kenyans don't eat meat. I know you think Kenyans eat a lot of meat. Actually, they don't. And a lot of Kenyans cannot even afford fish. Can't eat fish. I wouldn't ask you to raise your hands, but I know in this room, a lot of you haven't eaten fish in the last 2 weeks. A number of you ate an egg this morning or yesterday, but you'll be surprised the number of you haven't eaten one in a few days. That should be the case. Those 3 are the ones we're going to be asking Kenyans to consume more. Fish, eggs, and meat. No, it's not meat. It's dairy. Actually, it's dairy, not meat. Meat, yes, in a small way, but mostly we're going to be focusing on dairy. And we've already established that pathway with a number of our businesses. How can we make dairy more safe, you know what I mean with milk, more fortified, yogurts, etc. The third food is going to be vegetables. Now, this one I'm sure is going to surprise you. 94% of Kenyans, Lorraine will correct me if I'm wrong, WHO statistics. 94% of Kenyans are not consuming the required amounts of vegetables per day. I wouldn't ask you to raise your hand because only about 2 people will not be raising their hand in the room to make 94%. I know you think you eat enough vegetables, but actually imagine you're not. Actually, we've struggled with this issue because when we are trying to think, how do we design a vegetable consumption program where the where is? Okay, we think, okay, the low income. No, but 94% is literally every Kenyan. So we would like to ask for partners that are passionate about growing, trading, selling, if processing, we haven't even thought about it, vegetables, to come and talk to us. Let's work together. Let's think together. The 4th one is fruits. Fruits is obvious. Fruits is obvious. We know. So the fourth one is fruits, and the 5th one is legumes. That includes beans and no other legumes. I'm very excited to let you know we have our partner in the room, Harvest Plus. Penina is there. Harvest Plus is an organization that does a lot of research. You know, the CGIRs. They do a lot of research on improving food. And now, in case you didn't know, there is science that is already improving. It's not GMO. Penina reminds me that. It's not GMO. Improving the food as it is being grown. And so we are very excited. We have partnered with Harvest Plus to begin implementing a project on increased consumption of biofortified beans, which are very high in iron. I know a lot of you in this room don't even know that such beans exist in Kenya. So, Penina, you're going to have a queue after this. People are going to be asking you, where can we get these beans? Biofortified beans, already high in iron. I think you've heard on the media right now, people are saying, consume more zinc, more iron, more this, more the other. So talk to us. If you know farmers, now I'm making a call, that are already growing biofortified beans, high iron beans, that's what they are called. Let us know because we are actually looking for them. We have already businesses that are ready to take those to the market. If you know businesses that are trading in beans and they haven't talked to us, we would like to talk to them. And that is something we are beginning to do already, and we hope to scale that in the next 3 to 5 years to real scale for consumers in Kenya. Those are the 5 foods we are going to be dealing with. I wanted to bring this to attention as we close this project, because as you can see, we are just closing this project. Actually, the businesses we have been working with, we have built their capacity, we have partnered together, we are very excited about them. We really congratulate them for coming this journey and making it to this, to today. And those are the same businesses we are going to continue with, but as you can imagine, to do all that I have said, we are needing a lot more to partner with. And so if you know such businesses, we are always excited to talk to them. And I want to finish by saying, on the market systems transformation, during the COVID, we are actually implementing a COVID response project to actually support our businesses and our markets to stay in business. We are supporting businesses with emergency operational, little cash. You know a lot of them close business. Can you imagine you are processing something and you have to close? And then the government says, open, where do you start? So we are supporting them to make sure they continue bringing this nutritious food to consumers. We are also working with markets, and we have sampled 2 counties to do an assessment. How can our markets remain operational in emergencies? How can our markets remain safe and give us nutritious foods during emergencies? And we are also doing that work. We are still calling, actually, for the businesses in the first category that I have mentioned, and we are not getting enough of those that we would like to support. So again, we would like to say, if you know some of those that haven't already applied to us, speak to Harold here at the end of the day and let him have their names, and we'll be very happy to reach out to them. I want to say this morning, I'm really excited, and I could speak a lot about how far we have come as GAIN and where we are going. But as I said, my happiest moment at the end of today and in coming days is to see partners around the room, partners that are listening to us online, and those that you're going to send this message to, knocking our doors and saying, GAIN, we got this opportunity to improve the supply of safe and nutritious food. Let's work together. That would be my real pleasure. I want to, this morning, that you know that they are in the room. Today we
are very pleased in this project I didn't mention. We have been funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In country here, we work very closely with the embassy, and I would like to let you know that we were expecting the ambassador to come today, but as we've been informed, he has had to attend an emergency meeting, as you know, always happens, but we have a very able representative of the ambassador here this morning, and we'll be hearing from her later today. We also have the Deputy Head of Nutrition from the Ministry of Health. That is our working, the department that we work with at the government. And our Head of Nutrition has had also to go and attend a meeting, but she has ably sent an able representative who will also be seeing this morning. We also are pleased to have the country director of WFP. WFP is our very close counterpart, and many of you know the Sun Business Network. We talked about it in this room a few weeks ago when we launched the strategy, so this is why I didn't go back into repeating that. And we work very closely with WFP, and Lorraine will be telling us a little more about that later. We will be joined virtually by our executive director, who is based in the UK. Unfortunately, they couldn't travel, as you know. He would really have been pleased to be here, but he will be speaking to us later virtually. And we are still expecting a representative of the Ministry of Agriculture. The PS's office has been in communication with us, unless somebody has come in without our notice. And we are expecting the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture here this morning. So thank you very much, our key guests. I don't think I missed any other key guests. If I did, I'm sure somebody else will recognize them. With those few remarks, I want to welcome you. I know I've taken a few more minutes, and I want to ask you to feel comfortable. We would really like you to network at the end of the day. Please visit our exhibitions from our businesses at the back. Speak to them and just get to learn the journey that they have come so far. Thank you very much, and have a very, very exciting session. Thank you, and good day.
A better round of applause for Leah. I mean, they've done a lot. I think from her message, one of the take-homes for me is that there is money to be given out, not given out, but there is money and there are businesses to be supported by Gain Beyond this project. So people, this is a place to be. If you're looking for investors, if you're looking to grow your business, we will chop the money. Yeah? Let's get ready for that. Now, the project may be coming to an end, but from what I take from this is that it's a rebirth to what organizations that have been supported by the GAIN project will become beyond the project. So it's not done, it's not over yet. It's a rebirth, and growing with such organizations and also learning from such organizations will be very key. At this point, I want to call upon Harold Mate. He's a gentleman who's been hands-on on this project, to just share about what it is that they've been doing and also learn more in terms of what also the day has to carry around the closure of the project, but the rebirth of the new businesses. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. I think I can be heard, but let me just put this mask for now in my pocket. All right, so my name is Harold Mate. I'm a Senior Project Manager at GAIN, and also the manager for the Marketplace for Nutritious Foods project. I'm going to run you through the project, and I want to welcome our guests here today who are physically present, and also those who are joining us through the virtual platform, Zoom, YouTube, Facebook, to commemorate or to just celebrate the work that we have done over the years. So I want my presentation to go up before I start, but you've basically heard what GAIN is all about and what you've been doing and what we intend to do in the coming few years. And this project has really been exciting for businesses and also for us in terms of what you've been able to do in the past like 3 years from 2017, about October thereabout. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that presentation to come up, then I'll proceed. All right. So, so basically, I just want to look at statistics in terms of malnutrition and food security, and what we are contending with as an institution, and also as governments and stakeholders. So basically, we have about, next slide, please. So we have about 1.9 billion people. We are about 7 billion in the world. So 1.9 billion of these are obese. So they are basically obese or overweight. Then we have about 2 billion that are deficient of vitamins and minerals. And then we have about 815 million that are chronically hungry. So they are always not having enough food for them to consume on a day-to-day basis. And then among those, 41 million of those that are overweight are actually under 5s. So the children that are under 5, 41 million of them are overweight. Then we have about 159 million that are stunted. And you know, stunting is what we would call maybe almost an irreversible developmental process in children. Once children get stunted, they have so many things that they have been missing in terms of nutrition, and we are not able to rectify that going forward, which is really detrimental for their development. Then about 50 million who are wasted in terms of they have gone without enough food for a while, and so wasting. So that's what we are actually contending with in terms of food and nutrition. And GAIN has given itself the mandate to work and ensure that we can be able to have a world that has no malnutrition, and everyone is able to get enough food, and nutritious and safe food for that matter. Again, the next slide, please. So the next thing we want to look at is Africa. Where are we in terms of providing food for our population? So if you look at our population growth, we are at 2020, we are about, in Africa, roughly about 1.5 billion, I would say, or they're about almost 2 billion. But if you look at our curve, is actually growing and moving upwards. For Asia, it's almost getting to tapering off and actually flattening in terms of the population growth. Currently in Africa, we struggle with feeding the population we have currently. So the people we have right now, we are still struggling to provide them with safe, nutritious food. What is going to happen by 2070, by 2100, when we are going to have about 4.5 billion people in the continent? So the question is, what are we going to do now that we are able to provide food for the population? And so that moving into the coming years, we are food secure, but also we are nutritionally secure. I can see my presentation has gone off, and I hope the technicians are working on that. The other question I want to say, or the other statement I want to put, as it was put by Edward Deming, is that your system is perfectly designed to give the results that you're getting. So if you design a system or you get a resource, whatever result that you're getting right now, is because of the system that you have designed to deliver that result. So that's something we need to think about. Our food system, how have we designed our food systems over the years? And the results that we are getting, why are we getting these results? It's basically because we have designed our system to deliver that result the way it is delivering them. And we need to start thinking, what are we supposed to do with the food systems that we are currently using so they can deliver better, safe, and nutritious food to our populations in the coming years. Next slide. Go to the next, please. I have already talked about that. So the other thing I wanted to talk about is looking at the results we are getting. So we have talked about the systems, then the results. So globally, the 6 of the top 10 causes of disease are actually related to diets. And that is really very telling. So if you have the top 10 diseases or causes of disease, and 6 of them are actually related to diets. So we are talking about child and maternal malnutrition. We have dietary risks. Then we have high systolic blood pressure. Then we have high fasting plasma glucose, high body mass index, and then we have high total cholesterol. So you can see out of these 10, and in there we have air pollution, we have alcohol and drug use, tobacco, and occupational risks. But the other 6 are actually related to nutrition. So it is really very telling that whatever we eat or whatever we consume contributes to our well-being and the well-being of our population. And then go to the next slide. Then I'll come down to Kenya because this is about Kenya. We're talking about Kenya, and the project we have been working on is actually in Kenya. And I will not go through all the statistics, but you can see there, we have really quite huge statistics of people who have, or children, 26% who are stunted, who are under 5 years, 11% of them are underweight, 4% are wasted. Then we have 25% of women are anemic at one point or the other. 26% of adults in Kenya are overweight. So if we are 100 people in this room, 26 of us will be overweight, basically putting it statistically. So we have a lot of dietary or food-related issues in terms of health, especially even here in Kenya. And if you listen to what Leah was saying, how many of us consume enough vegetables? The assumption is that actually we consume vegetables, but the truth is we do not consume enough. We really consume very little. The recommendation is that we have about 200 grams of vegetables per day, but on average in Kenya we do about 130, 140 grams. And that is really in very secluded areas in the country. So it's really a situation that we need to rectify moving forward. I will just talk about this. We have been able, of course, to look at the Kenya's Global Hunger Index score and the indicators from 2000 all the way to 2018, and you can see there is a lot of, the next slide, please. There's been a lot of improvement. So there's work that is going on, and it's really helping improve the nutritional situation in the country. And so it is because of the interventions that we have, like what we have been doing with our small and medium businesses, what the government has done, and our other partners in the nutritional sector, and there's improvement. And we want to continue and ensure that we have really very minimal issues in terms of undernourishment, child stunting, child wasting, child mortality, and even the general population, because these children also, they do not exist in a vacuum. They are actually within families, and also those family members need to have good nutrition on a day-to-day basis. So the next slide, please. The question is, why does GAIN work with small and medium-sized enterprises? Why do we really focus on SMEs? So statistics say that 70% of nutritious foods, like fruits, vegetables, dairy, and animal source proteins, are produced, distributed, and sold by small and medium enterprises. So that's the reason that GAIN actually focuses on small and medium enterprises to push their nutritional agenda. And of course, throughout the years and even through this project, we have actually been working with small and medium enterprises. And then SMEs, and working with SMEs, they face numerous challenges, a lot of challenges. If you talk to the entrepreneurs in here and the business that we have worked with, they will tell you about so many things that they are not able to do or they have challenges with, including limited market insight. They are not able to conduct market research to understand their consumers or their customers. They have inefficient use of assets, huge post-harvest losses, low product innovation, lack of knowledge in research and development, and so many other things. Poor storage capacity, poor knowledge on packaging and labeling. So there are really quite a myriad of challenges that actually small and medium enterprises encounter as they try to get into the market and get some space in the marketplace. And those are some of the issues. We may not be able to solve all of them, but we are trying to look at what are the critical issues that we can be able to assist or help these small and medium enterprises resolve to be able to produce more food that is safe and nutritious and be able to reach more consumers. Next slide, please. So, and I will not go in very deep detail about this, but basically, GAIN designed the marketplace for Nutritious Foods project to provide targeted support to SMEs for improving product quality and business performance. So we are not only looking at supporting the businesses, but also we have a very specific goal in terms of improving the quality of the product, but also their business performance, because we know if we are to sustainably provide nutritious foods, businesses are the way to go. So we want them to be able to make their profits, but also we want them to be able to reach the most vulnerable. So this project had two main components. One is the community of practice, and I believe most of you have participated, where we come together to share ideas and engage, talk about the challenges, then also ask ourselves, how do we resolve these challenges that we are facing as businesses? The second was the innovation accelerator, which basically was supporting now the businesses that qualified. And you know the process for engaging, and I know Leah said if you have a business and you want support, you can come to me again. But we go through a very rigorous process. Those who have, some of you I know have applied, you have not succeeded. It doesn't mean your business is not good, but it is competitive. So you make we send out a call for proposals, you make an application, we evaluate, then you come and tell us about your idea, and you want to know how good is it? What is it that is new that you're bringing into the marketplace? Because also we don't want to duplicate already what is being done by others. And so this project commenced the phase one, which was what we call the first generation, was really in Mozambique, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, was funded by USAID 2013 to 2017. But what we are talking about here today is the second phase, which was funded by the Dutch government through the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it started about October, November 2017, and it is terminating in December 2020. And really, we have seen a lot of growth. We have seen a lot of changes in the businesses that we have worked with in terms of getting nutritious foods to consumers in Kenya. And so, under those two components, we have we have conducted 7 half-day convenings, that is under the community of practice, and also conducted 10 targeted trainings. So those who have attended the COPs, or what we call the community of practice, we are supposed to do about 10 of them, but once COVID came in, then we are not able to continue with that, with those platforms. But also through that, we are able to conduct about 10 targeted trainings, where businesses identify their areas of need, and then we are able to tailor trainings to actually be able to provide skills on those areas that the businesses have identified. But the other exciting part of it is the innovation accelerator. And we have provided about 31 technical assistance to 23 businesses. And out of these 23 businesses, 11 qualified for the grants, which were worth about $900,000. And this, I know, has been what has been exciting for people when we talk about funding and getting support. But sometimes I always tell businesses, actually, what businesses need, what small and medium enterprises need most, is actually not money. Sometimes you get money and you do not grow what you want to grow. I think one of the key critical component of a business is having a vision of what you want to have, or how you want to grow, and the product that you have. If you don't have that, even if I give you money, trust me, 2-3 years down the line, you'll still be not very sure what you're doing with your business. So, of course, we give financial support to businesses, and we think it is very critical, especially when it comes to expanding our capacity to produce. But you always say also the TAs, or the technical assistant is also very important, because it helps you understand your market. It helps you refine your business plan in terms of where you want to go as a business. So those are the two components that were supported by the Innovation Accelerator. So again, I want to ask about, where did we put our money? One, we looked at the animal source foods. Then the second category was in terms of cereals and pulses, and then the fruits and vegetables. And as you see, these are some of the foods that we really don't consume so often. As our country director was saying, we don't consume eggs, really. Vegetables and fruits, we also really do not consume as much or enough as we should. So we had 10 businesses that received technical assistance for animal source foods. And then out of those, 4 of them were received grants, which was totaling to about $310,000. And then we had the second category of 7 businesses that received technical assistance and the Sirius and Pulses. And 5 of these innovations received grants worth about $14,000. And then under the fruit and vegetable category, we had 4 businesses that received technical assistance. And then 2 innovations from these 4 received grants worth about $119,000. So in total, we had about $900,000 worth of grants going to businesses. And of course, this is the TS were a different of value, about $670,000 going to the 23 businesses that we had. So I just want to look at some of the businesses that we supported. We had Full Spoon Kenya Limited, which is working on a peanut butter, a sachet peanut butter that is going to the low-income segment of consumers in the country. And then for these businesses, for this business, Full Spoon, we provided technical assistance in business planning and market research, but also provided funds to purchase and expand their capacity for production. Then we had Kwanza Tukule. Kwanza Tukule is a B2B business that provides support to the eateries in Nairobi through provision of pre-cooked beans and other legumes. And this business was really very exciting in terms of Nairobians eat in eateries. If you go to industrial area, if you go to other, even to other places where people work on a day-to-day, you find they eat in the eateries, maybe by the roadside and all that. And that is where this business is providing support to these eateries to provide safe food that consumers are having, but also provide the convenience for being able to deliver that food whenever it is needed. Then we had the Kamsa Poultry. This is a business in Western Kenya that is dealing with poultry and providing eggs to communities in Nyanza and part of Vihiga in the western part of the country. Then we had AFMA, which is a business that provides or distributes vegetables here in Kiambu, Nairobi. And then we have ProSoya, which is a business that has an innovation of ready-to-drink porridge. So the way you find yogurt packaged and ready to drink, they also have an innovation where they're able to, you're able to get porridge, which is nutritious, off the shelf, and if you need it. I know, of course, mostly if you want to take porridge, you'll have to get flour, cook it, sit down and have it, but this is something you can carry and drink it whenever you need to. And then we have Smart Logistics, which is a business that is dealing with the pre-cooked, dry, desiccated beans. So this business, you have pre-cooked beans that are then dried, and they can be stored for a long time. But in addition to that, we have what we call the bean-enhanced pasta. So there's been a lot of consumption of pasta in urbanized areas in Kenya in the recent past. And you know, of course, pasta is basically a carbohydrate. But there was an innovation that what if we put a little bit of protein, bean protein in this pasta? So that innovation was really very exciting in terms of being able to provide not a fully balanced diet, but it gives you at least the 2 components, the carbohydrates and the proteins in one meal. And so we worked with this business, and it was really an exciting product that they're putting out in the market. And I will not mention all the businesses because we're having the exhibit out there, and we should be able to go and talk to them and get to hear exactly how their journey has been and what they're innovating or the innovation is all about, and what they're looking to do in the coming years. So with that, I want to end my presentation because I wanted to give you an overview of what the marketplace is all about and exactly what you've been doing with these businesses. As you walk around, please take your time to understand. Those who have succeeded, ask them what exactly made them succeed, because you can learn a lot from them. Those who applied and maybe you are not successful, we still have opportunities, as Leah has mentioned, that we still are working on this. We are not finishing this project and going away. We are still here to work with small and medium enterprises for the purposes of ensuring that we have nutrition for everyone and safe food for everyone in the coming years. So thank you so much. I want to end my presentation there so that we proceed to the next session. Thank you.
All right, by show of hands, how many companies are in the building and they have been supported by GAIN? Show of hands. Oh, wow, it looks like the vols, I think I'm the only one who's not been supported. I'll soon figure out how to come and speak to John. But anyway, thank you so much for that presentation. At this point, I want us to move on to the next step where we have a panel discussion. And the question is, why are we supporting SMEs? Why not the big companies which have already achieved scale and can also increase the scale so that they can be able to reach even more masses? I want to call upon Charles Opio. He'll moderate a session, the session that we are going into, on the role of SMEs in shaping food systems in Kenya. Karibu sana, Charles. And he'll be joined by a panel, and I'm sure he will also invite them for that quick panel so that we can have a quick discussion.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, as you've heard, we are at that particular moment where I would want to hear from the business themselves in terms of what they've been able to do and why they are where they are today, and perhaps just getting to understand to maybe much deeper in terms of what Kane has been able to do with these businesses. So I have a panel that I'm going to moderate in the next 1 hour or so, and I hope we'll be able to follow through the conversations, and also feel free to be asking questions because this is a moment, and I think I'm so sure at least we'll be able to learn from our panelists. So I will invite the panelists forward before I do further introductions. We have John Kinyuru, who is a technical support specialist from Jomo Kenyatta University. Welcome. We have Masinde John from SNV. John, Masinde, great, welcome. Then we have Steve Sunday from the Kamsa Poultry. Steve, come forward. We have Hadija Mohammed, Kwanza Tukule, a business. We have also Leila Akinyi, who is the deputy head for nutrition. And finally, we have Paul, who is also joining from Equity Bank. So I urge that you will take the stage. Great. I think because of the COVID, we have to take measures. Thank you so much for just making time to come. So, are we missing? There's here, Kamsa, and Leila. Oh, great. So, the panel will be able to help us. I just want to just put a few things into perspective, that this panel will be able to help us celebrate gain, especially with the kind of work we've been able to do with them. Ideally, just to evaluate what we have been able to do, and also chart way forward in terms of sustainability of some of the very good programs that we've started with them. And also be able to learn from the businesses. I know a lot of business would have wanted to be part of this particular panel, but we are glad we have representatives who will be able to aptly perhaps speak and just give us the perspectives of majority of the businesses in terms of experiences, but at the same time, the challenges, some of the bottlenecks they've been facing, and how perhaps they've been able to surmount some of those challenges. At the same time, we hope to also hear basically a deep understanding around circular food systems, and basically also around what I would call the boundaries in terms of mapping what is already happening, but also trying to situate that within the planetary boundaries, because we understand that the conversations around climate change is also very real, and what we do must also be able to really conserve our environment. So basically, I want to just save time and go straight to our panelists. I will do a quick intro about them, and they will be able to take the stage. And in that order, of course, I hope we'll be able to get what they are saying. And of course, those of us who are also following up online, I hope we'll be able to, if there are questions you have, I think our technical teams will also be able to raise that. But I hope we are also able to follow. So the first panelist to be able to take the stage will be Dr. John Kinyuru, who holds a PhD in food science and nutrition with over 15 years of experience in academia and food systems. He has a wealth of experience and knowledge in food processing and quality assurance. John is a senior lecturer in food technology and also the Director of Research and Innovations at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. He is also the managing consultant with the Sweetam Company Limited, a consulting company in food systems. He is very passionate about guiding the food industry in the delivery of adequate, nutritious, and safe foods to consumers. And ideally, the reason why we have him today is because he's been able to walk the journey together with these businesses. He's been able to support the product development bit of things, been able to do issues on quality assurance and quality control, and just helping in terms of nurturing these particular businesses to be where they are today. So I think, John, Phil, take the stage, and I'll go straight and ask you a few questions that perhaps I think you'll be able to respond to. I know we don't have much time, but I believe you'll be able to explicitly give us some of the points that we can carry home. You have worked with several businesses through the marketplace and shaping them to deliver safe and quality food to the low-income consumers. From your involvement and assessment, where are we as GAIN in ensuring that small businesses are well-placed in delivering quality foods? You know, having been part and parcel of this particular program, we would be very much glad as GAIN, and of course a lot of our partners that are also here to understand where we are. So take the stage and give us your perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charles, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have been working with GAIN in supporting small businesses, especially in food product development, quality assurance, and market research for their products. And I must say that it's been a very interesting journey, because through this program, I've been able to walk into some of the smallest businesses that you can think of. Very small, as small as a tiny room, but delivering awesome products and services to the bottom of the pyramid in this country. And I think I want to say GAIN is that trusted partner who knocks on your door early morning when you really, really need them. Because most of us must agree that when you have that small startup, that small business, that small SME, it's actually very difficult to get someone who is going to hold your hand and walk with you through the tough times of setting up the business and finding your way through, especially in an area that is as crowded as the food business. I've been in the food business and academia in academia for over 15 years, and I can tell you there are a lot of people doing food business. And there are a lot of people who cannot find technical assistance, who cannot find a grant or financial support, because the way we do business is amorphous. The business is me and I am the business. If I'm not there, the business does not run. And so that makes it difficult to even attract someone to come hold your hand with you. But I think GAIN has been able to hold hands of some of these very small businesses and walk with them through the hurdles and the muddles of the food business to a level where we can see businesses that are now branded in our markets today, still selling in the informal markets and the formal markets, if you go to some of the low settlements in this country. And so I would say it's been a very exciting journey. And I think I look forward to working with more businesses. I'm happy to see some of the businesses that I've worked with over the last couple of years here with branded products, going way and moving. And I think I'm very excited.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. I think that is quite inspiring, and perhaps I'll be able to recap that. But let's talk about product development and, of course, the journey that we've had. What are some of the greatest challenges that these businesses are facing in implementing, what they're doing? Having worked with them and, of course, from personal experience. Yeah.
Well, in every business, the business owner, either the proprietor or the director of the company, has what they want in mind. But most often, how to get what they want is usually the challenge. I want this kind of product to reach my people or to reach the customer, but sometimes getting that product is usually the problem. So they'll do guesswork, they'll walk up and down, try to copy here and there, and most often than not, still don't be able to get it. And the challenge comes when the proprietor of the business does not institutionalize product development as part of their business. You know, product development is a continuous process. It doesn't begin and end. No, it is something that happens every day, day in, day out. I have trained as a food technologist. And if you have been able to work in some of the large corporates, some of the large industries in this country, and they have large portfolios of product research and product development, which SMEs and small businesses may not be able to afford. And that becomes a problem. I have worked with companies that tell you the kind of product portfolio we have, which we've not released in the market, is so wide such that some of the products, we might not even release them in the next 5 years. Because they have institutionalized product development as part of their normal business. Why? Because product development is inspired by things we see every day. In product development, we say a food product is only limited by your imagination. You might be walking out here today and you get inspired and you go back to your factory and tell your team, I want a product that can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and they start working. But with our small businesses, you find that that is not institutionalized. It doesn't happen every day. And so businesses miss out on a lot of opportunities every day, every day. Sometimes you'll find a business and they'll tell you, my product is this and that is what I've been working on. But you realize with time, you are overcome or you're overpowered or you're surpassed by other businesses that tweaked your product just a little bit and they took over the market by storm. I once worked with a company. I was helping with product development, and I was very impressed by the managing director of the company. And he told me every week he must go to various supermarkets and look at the competition and see what is trending and be able to benchmark their product with that. And I want to challenge us, SMEs, we should actually be doing the same thing. Walk to the market every day, see inspirations, and come and improve your product, because that is the biggest challenge. Institutionalize it, internalize it, make it an everyday process. And you don't have to hire high-end experts to help you with product development. Let me tell you, I work at the university, and in my department, Food Science and Technology, we release over 100 graduates of food science every year. They all don't get jobs the first day they get out of campus. What does that mean? That there are a lot of them out here who are trained, who have gone through internships, and whom you can hire as interns for several months to help you with setting up your product development. Some of the companies that I've worked with have benefited from some of those students. Some have gone ahead to hire them, and they have grown with them. Let us institutionalize product development as part of our everyday. The same way we do sales, the same way we do accounts, the same way we should institutionalize product development. And that way we'll keep relevant in the food market.
Thank you so much, Dr. I think that is quite inspiring and useful. Just to recap, I think you've been able to tell us, the role GAIN has played in terms of coming at the nick of time, especially when a business that is just starting up, they do not have the requisite, structures and systems in place, which ordinarily any potential funder would not really go for such. But GAIN gets in that particular space and just really trying to work with them to develop business plans, ensure they're a bit more strategic, and then, preparing them for any potential opportunities that come. And to us, that is something that as GAIN, we are very proud and to hear that that's one of the things that we've been able to do with our businesses. And at the same time, just ensuring that the issues around technical support and also including the granting bit of things, so that at least if they have need to continue the operations, I think as you've said it, GAIN has been quite instrumental in coming to that particular space. And more importantly about the challenges, as you've said again, is about institutionalization of product development. Because as you say, a lot of businesses start up, yes, but somehow along the way they notice that they really need to improve the kind of product that they have. And that might take quite some time, and of course in being taken over by maybe a competitor, and ultimately someone loses that particular opportunity. And I think this is a lot of business that even now listening today would really understand that's a real challenge because of the strength that sometimes we do not have to be able to really pull through a given product. So we'll be able to really learn more from yourself, and we hope maybe a lot of us and partners who would want to get more support from Dr. Kanyuru. It would be very critical to really reach out to him. Our next presenter, and in this case, I'll call in Masinde John to be able to take the stage. John holds a bachelor's degree in sociology and a master's of arts in development studies. Of course, currently he's also pursuing MBA in project management, and also has also been a project management specialist and international development practitioner for the last 2 decades in several African countries. He currently is the head of agriculture for Kenya and Burundi at SNV, the Netherlands, of course, development organization, and is quite passionate about circular food systems, which implies, of course, reducing the amount of waste generated in food systems, and also issues around reuse, utilizations, and of course, products and food waste and nutrient recycling. So John, I would want you to be able to systematically, within the next 4 minutes or so, to ideally just respond to a few questions that I will be able to bring over to you. As SNV, we know very well that you have quite a number of programs that are working with small and medium enterprises. But from the interaction, what are some of the limitations that you have met that are hindering businesses from improving the food systems? So you'll be able to just tell us from the practical as a practitioner, and of course having interacted with a lot of SMEs within your programs. So we just want to hear what are some of the limitations that actually hinder, their quest to actually just be able to improve food systems.
Thank you so much, Charles. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. SNV works basically using an inclusive model, and we have a deep relationship with SMEs. We work with markets a lot from the supply side. And so it's really nice to be here and to be interacting with SMEs from the nutrition angle, because we interact with them a lot from a production angle. And I'm glad Leah already making that invitation, and we can be able to make a search for a nexus between agri and nutrition. Most of the SMEs that we interact with, most of the challenges, because most of them, they're either startups or they are, at most, they are at scaling stage. Most of them, the challenges really, they're around high production costs, which makes basically their products to be uncompetitive. We know very well that right now there's a lot of, the movement of goods across the border is liberalized. So there's a lot of challenges on that particular front, positioning your product to be competitive. And then also the unsupportive taxation system, especially for early stage businesses. We don't have rebates or breaks for this kind of businesses to be able to encourage them or to be able to give them space to be able to mature before they're able to enter into the mainstream taxation structure. The other challenge for the SMEs is seasonal and erratic supply ingredients. Most of the ingredients that the SMEs, especially in the food space, most of the ingredients they're using, most of the raw material, they actually come across the border, Tanzania, Uganda especially. And you find these are seasonal, basically seasonal products. And so it basically means availability. They've got to be able to be very efficient, to be able to know when to mobilize which particular commodity. And when you basically compound that with cross-border businesses, it becomes, it basically affects the operation to a great extent, because we remain as a country, in terms of producing, if you're looking at groundnuts and pulses, basically we're still doing that at deficit level. It's because of high production cost also to farmers. And then aggregation challenges for these SMEs, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. They've got to, it makes a lot of sense to be able to engage with farmers who've organized themselves in a particular way to be able to access the quantities you're looking for and the quality you're looking for. Most of these SMEs, they're being forced to be able to source from individual farmers. It's very expensive, and then you're not assured of the quantities and the quality you're looking at. Of course, poor infrastructure, because you've got to go deep into the farm gate when you're searching for these particular commodities. It's expensive, and it also basically complicates the production cost for these businesses. And then the appropriate production technologies also, they're expensive. They've got to source that. And unless you're having programs like the one we are here celebrating, who are able to come in and support and handhold them, it becomes very difficult for them to graduate and be able to access particular qualities or even equipment that would help them to go to the next level. And then very stringent and expensive standardization regulations, especially for processed foods. It's very expensive to those small businesses compared to raw food, compared to cereals in the market or raw food in the market. If you're going into, the moment you step into processing, you're meeting a lot of gates and doors, especially as far as standardization is concerned. And each one of those standardization comes at a price. And then the demand for and marketing nutritious foods, it's complicated. It's difficult because there's all sorts of food out there. You invest a lot in getting quality products in the market, but you're competing against people who've not observed the same standards. It becomes very difficult for SMEs to be able to survive that kind of landscape. And then, of course, market access and consumer research. It's an area of support, but it's again expensive to SMEs to be able to do that. But finally, and also very important, is the issue of access to finance and credit. Most credit and financing is really structured for matured businesses. And so it becomes very difficult for SMEs to be able to access the kind of credit and financing they're looking at to be able to get to the next level. Those are just some of the challenges that SMEs...
Thank you so much, John. I think that is quite succinct. And I'm glad to hear that I saw some of those challenges are being faced by SMEs. But again, back to you again, we are not just looking to grow food systems, but of course we are also looking for sustainable businesses who can help develop, the systems further. And of course, within this particular audience, perhaps those also watching over, following us online, would also want to hear some of the opportunities or measures that development partners should put in place to ensure sustainability of food systems. I think that's a conversation that is ongoing, and we understand the food system is quite evolving, and there is so much demand around how best we could be able to make it more functional, more efficient, and sustainable. So can you speak to our partners who would really want to put their resources on that?
Thank you, Charles. As an organization, we, as I mentioned, we are deep into food production. We have programs that are basically focusing on food safety, issues of food loss and food wastage. But if you look at most of the food system, the current food system, it's very conventional. It's very linear, in the sense that basically the model is take, produce, consume, and discard. So there's a lot of wastage, in that kind of linear food production system. The problem with this kind of model is that it assumes that economic growth can be based on the abundance of resources, and that these particular resources are unlimited. But we know very well that we're dealing with limited resources. We are dealing with increasing demand and a lot of pressure. If you look at some of the resources we're looking at, like land, it's basically it's a limited resource. So the question is, what do we do when we're faced with this kind of challenge? We've got to revisit the kind of food systems we're working with. And so as an organization, and I'm glad that partners and organizations like GAIN already they're exploring to be able to go and strengthen the conversation around green growth, around circular food systems. And so as SNV at the moment, we're glad that we already have 2 project portfolios that basically have models, circular food system models. And here basically what we're looking at is to be able to strengthen food reuse, utilization of products and food waste, nutrient recycling, but also looking at other critical production elements like soil health. I mean, we've been exploring and researching how to be able to increase productivity per unit, but we only focus on output to a great extent, and most of our practices from the farming community, we basically always exploring how to be able to increase our production, but then we forget that the soil health is very critical. We're looking at issues of biodiversity. How do we make sure that not only that piece of land, but also the landscapes and ecosystems where these particular farms are anchored, that they remain regenerative, that they remain sustainable, so that then we have a guarantee of productivity, for future generation. And so that's the conversation and the ambition we're having as an organization. We have a project on regenerative agriculture. It's an emerging conversation around regenerative agriculture, where we're looking at soil health, issues around biodiversity, landscape and ecosystem restoration, so that farmers and communities are able to produce while taking care of their landscape and ecosystems. One of the innovation we're looking at, Charles, as I wind up, is we're also looking, how do we connect the farm to also the urban solid waste management problem? And there's a lot of innovation within the urban setting. We have a WASH program that is working in Kibera and some of other slums, and they're working with very innovative businesses that basically are transforming solid waste into blended fertilizers. To be able to connect this kind of solution to the farm, it's the next frontier we're looking at, and we're glad that some of these donors, they've given us space to be able to research and to be able to explore and come up with this kind of innovation. The problem is, as I think has been mentioned, is again around our cultural inclination. How many of us here would be comfortable to partake of tea or breakfast or lunch that has been prepared by biogas from human waste? So those are some of the problems. Beyond just the innovation, there's a lot of behavior change engagement that also we're looking at, Charles.
Thank you so much, John. I think that's quite technical, but this is very important and relevant, especially in this time and age. As you've told us about, just when you recap quickly, I would want to say in terms of your experience and interaction with the businesses, you say the challenges are just enormous. But of course, I believe in those challenges, there are opportunities. So like you said, that issues to do with just the access to financing facilities is a challenge to most of our businesses. Looking at the infrastructure, sometimes it's not very efficient. It may not be very modern to be able to have that best product that you'd want to get into the market. At times, issues around standards have come quite a number of times in terms of the too much demand. Of course, that's what most businesses will tell you from the standard or from the regulatory sort of things or a bit of things. And I think this is a conversation that will still continue and will be still on, because we know the reason why people would rather want to sell raw products, as you say, processed products, too much requirement around it, but we understand that is still something that we really must be able to discuss. Issues on tax regimes sometimes are not very best because of the kind of businesses that we have, and the enabling environment may not be able to allow them to be able to really effectively, have more sustainable food systems and do what they're able to do. Basically, as you say, sometimes it's just the market research and support. It's something that, of course, Dr. Kanyuru had already spoken to, that really most of our business require. But again, in terms of sustainable food systems, I think that is one thing that are still very clear. As you say, it's been very linear. We just talk about production all the way to consumption, but knowing in between there's a lot of wastage. How would we be able to reuse that? How would we be able to protect and conserve our environment and look at issues around soil health, looking at the biodiversity and all these issues? And I guess I'm happy because of the UN Food System Summit that is coming up next year. We'll be critically looking to issues, not only to address issues around hunger, but looking at issues to do with diet-related issues and sicknesses. But at the same time, it's about healing the planet, because the conversation about climate change is just real. And the things that you've spoken about are very important, because we must be able to conserve our environment, and that is very critical. The next speaker at this stage, I will be able to invite Hadija. Hadija Mohammed is the proprietor or the CEO for Kwanza Tukule business. Just briefly about her background, Hadija has a Master of Business Administration from Imperial College in London and also a bachelor's degree from the University of Nairobi, of course, in business. She worked in the UK for about 11 years before moving over to Kenya. She was working there as a change management consultant, but again, having come to Kenya, she was inspired just to be able to establish the Kwanza Tukule in 2017, of course, which is drawn, a lot of from her passion to be able to just fit and be able to, address the challenges, especially the low-income consumers. So I would want us to just hear from her, because this is one of the businesses that has been, who is a beneficiary of the marketplace for nutritious foods. So Hadija, I would want you to just talk to us in terms of, giving us a snapshot of your involvement with the marketplace project and how it has really transformed the way you do your work. Of course, for you to be able to address food and security issues for low-income earners, because that is your target group. So how has this project really indeed, transformed the way you do things? So in brief, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Good, okay, thank you. So Kwanza Tukule Foods was started in 2018. It was primarily looking at providing access to nutritious food for low-income earners. Our main focus was food vendors. Food vendors because they feed majority of the urban poor in Kenya. So in the beginning, we did a pilot test in 2018 to test the hypothesis or can we actually provide the food. The specific foods that we identified at that particular point was legumes, especially beans, and how might we be able to bring the cost of beans down for the mama vibandas, who are our main consumers. We came across the Marketplace for Nutritious Food project, and then we applied to it. We did a presentation there where we presented the business model and what we had already started, and we asked for support on a technical basis, so market research, product development. We also asked for grant support. So we qualified for grant support, we qualified for technical assistance support in 2 areas. One of them was quality assurance. Being a startup, we didn't have the capital to do an assessment of what quality assurance practices do we need to put in place and how do we go about doing that. So on that front, we worked with Professor here for about a year, just researching, coming up with policies, coming up with documents, getting us internships from the university, students who could help us. So we implemented most of that. The second area of support we received was business development. So to develop a business plan, to develop a pitch, how to go about then looking for further support based on those documents we had. So for that, we worked with another consultancy firm. I'm not sure they're here, but they were critical in developing our baseline business proposal document. And these are important things because although I worked in the banking sector, I was doing consultancy in the UK and I was pretty well versed in terms of documentation. The amount of time it takes for a startup of about 5 people to just stop what they're doing and develop these documents, it's a lot. So they did market research and then they also helped us develop the documentations for that. From that, we were then assessed whether we can qualify for grant support. So we received grant support to go towards a number of areas. One of them was our ability to restructure our warehouse so that we are in line with the regulatory requirement for QA/QC, that we are then able to say that our food is safe for consumption. So we did that, and then we also received support to expand our kitchen capacity. So that's what we've implemented with Marketplace Research. Other than the money and the technical support, I think the most important thing for me personally in the early days that I made Gain, it was because we were about 4 months old or 5 months old by then. It was the confidence that we got with regards to, i.e., what you're doing, someone else believes in it. So just to get the email that says, oh, now you've qualified for us to help you technically, that was a big boost for our confidence, and it gave us the boost that you need to sort of think that what you're doing is right. Then for GAIN in particular, the team was very impressive because it's a one thing to say you'll start a business and have an idea of what you want to do, and then it's another to actually go and do it. So when you are doing it, you're almost testing in like you're blind walking around, and you have so many things to do and so little money. So to have a partner there that tells you that actually maybe this is not what you need now, you can do that next year, now you might want to do XYZ, that was extremely important. And I really appreciate Harold and the team, Gillian. They've done an impeccable job to get Kwanza Tukule to where it is now. I don't think we would have been able to get off the ground in the manner in which we did had we not made GAIN at the time that we did GAIN.
Thank you so much, Hadija, and I think that inspires GAIN so much, just to hear how much you've been able to walk with you through that particular journey. But again, as a woman, and I know in business, and a lot of the times, we understand there are bottlenecks, the challenges. Sometimes, as you've said, the enabling environment may not be there. But we'd really want to hear from yourself that some of the challenges that you've been able to face, especially even as you target the low-income earners, so consumers, I mean. So would you be able just to kind of point, a few things that, especially a lot of the ladies and the women who were perhaps inspired and they want to join or get into this particular space, what do you want to tell them are some of the challenges?
So most of small-scale businesses are owned by women, especially food vending business is 95% women-owned. So as a woman founder myself, working with women, it opens up your eyes some of the challenges that women businesses face. The good thing in Kenya is that women have the ability to start businesses, the courage, the mental fortitude it means to go out and start a kibanda and cook and serve customers and keep that going year after year and feed your family and take your children to school and build a house in shags in your homeland. So that's huge. And most of the businesses, most of the community is supported by women businesses. The amount of effort that goes into keeping people educated, fed, going to work, mostly is done by women. Most of the labor is not remunerated or rewarded for women. So even women businesses, the amount of revenues they get and the amount of effort they put for women vendors is not equivalent to the same amount of effort put by a man and the reward that a man gets. So that's number one. The system is skewed, let's say, given that we are Kenyans and our system is patriarchal, so therefore women are almost on a back foot. That's a general observation. Then the second thing that women face is just perception. So if a woman owns a kibanda, it's almost institutionalized in our mindset as Kenyans that kibanda is of less value economically than a man who owns a boda, for example. So then those things translate into policies. So I'll give you one example. If you're a man, most bodas are owned by men, you can buy a boda for 100,000, which you'll be able to raise the money somehow. A woman will struggle to raise that kind of money. You can get a loan or mkopo, chama, whatever. And you almost have a default right to put that boda on a road anywhere and nobody will bother you. Not Kanjo, not the police, no one. But if you're a woman and you get a sufuria and a cooking pot and you go and set your cooking area just next to that boda guy, you become the target of the council and you become the target of the police. So automatically, women are already being pushed out because of perceptions, because of beliefs that these businesses are not as worthy as businesses that are default for some reason done by men. So therefore, all those things translate into policies, they translate into access to finance, they translate into ability for the businesses, women to grow those businesses from small businesses into a big business or a bigger restaurant, for example. So I could summarize in that way.
Thank you, Hadija. I think that really speaks to most of the challenges that most of our women or ladies are facing, especially as they do their businesses. As you say, is that sometimes the reward system is not really commensurate, therefore, that women are putting. And perhaps maybe you might want to have a deep dive into that. But as you say, we could be a patriarchal society, and I guess that's why a lot of programs, including the ones that we drive out, maybe we run as GAIN, are pro-women, because we believe women needs to be empowered more. They need to be given a more space to be able to do what they're doing. In any case, a lot of businesses, women are the ones who are feeding us, especially within the places where we live. You find that all the food, or most of the food that we get them from these mama bogas. Rarely do we hear baba bongas, but ideally, by and large, as you say, I think there are real issues that need to be looked, especially by law enforcers, especially the police and all these people that you say that come in sometimes to harass, and maybe that really drives women out of that. But I'm happy about the journey you've had with GAIN, because as you say, at least you started at very nascent stage, and perhaps maybe I think the future was a bit unclear. But as you say, having been attached to Daktari and the team from the university, I think you've been able to really have that objective mind to really learn and also to qualify for some of the support you've got from GAIN. And today, I think a lot of businesses or colleagues who are admiring what you're doing, it's a journey. It's taken some effort, it's been taken some bit more of open mind to be able to learn despite your past experience in consultancies and all that. You are able to really be supported to get where you are. At this point, I'm going to CAMSA, and I want to invite Steve Sunday, who is one of our panelists. And we just want to capture a few texts about his background. So he's a food technologist with a Bachelor of Science degree from Egerton University. Very passionate about business and food production, like what he's doing at the moment, and of course linking it to addressing the SDG 2 on zero hunger in all its forms, including malnutrition. So he also is very passionate about economic independence of young people, and therefore he wants to be a role model to them and also mentor them, thereby reducing the dependency, because he believes that many young people fail to achieve their dreams because they have other siblings or other people to support. So Steve, we really feel so much privileged to just get to hear your perspective in terms of your journey to set up the business, the CAMSA Poultry. So I would want to ask you quickly a question about your journey. From your journey, you have covered, of course, with Marketplace Project. How has it prepared you to take up various opportunities which have also enhanced your involvement in shaping us the food systems? We know we were just able to support, yes, but at least that perhaps has really given you some latitude to also tap into other opportunities. So, and of course, also trying to align it to improving food systems. So could you be able just to situate that within the marketplace for nutritious food?
Thank you, Charles. CAMSA Poultry is a young company that was started in 2013. CAMSA Poultry produces yellow yolk chicken eggs to help reduce hunger and malnutrition in rural households in Kisumu County through making the eggs more affordable and more available. I'd like to mention that eggs are not an alternative source of protein. Eggs are a neglected source of protein. Being that eggs have been forgotten and having been a product that have been produced for so long. I say this because eggs are easily available. Eggs in itself is a very nutritious protein. It's a protein that is better than most of the well-known proteins like meat, fish, and even the leguminous proteins, the plant proteins. Eggs are universally acceptable to most people throughout the cultures, throughout religions. I've met very few people who have taboos against eggs. Same to allergies. Most people can eat eggs without any serious allergies. When you come to public health issues, eggs come already packaged from production. It has its own shell. So handling and transporting it is not a challenge. You don't need equipment like a refrigerated truck to transport it. So distributing it is not such a challenge. Eggs is one food product that is easy to prepare. I think it could take you less than 5 minutes to prepare an egg. So it's good for people who are busy, like school-going children, mothers, lactating mothers, or even young children. When you need to prepare it very fast. Based on all these qualities, I find that egg is a critical food product that can be used to fight malnutrition, being that protein is one of the limiting nutrients in the diets. Having said that, Kamsa Poultry contributes towards the food system in that we try to incorporate innovative ways of making this food product affordable. Currently, we are using the cage system, which enables us to reduce our production costs, thereby enabling us to be able to sell the eggs at a very affordable price, which is affordable to everyone, including the low-income consumers. Second of all, there is the challenge of accessibility. Most food products are produced, but they don't get to the consumer. So we also embarked on an extensive distribution system, whereby we try to eliminate the number of handlers in between the farm and the consumer. So we deal only with at least one middleman, which is a retailer. So from the farm to the retailer, from the retailer to the consumer. Our location also favors us. GAIN was gracious enough to support us in technical assistance for market research. Through the market research, we realized that most of the eggs that are produced in the country, or even that come from outside the country and consumed in the country, are mostly consumed in the urban areas, because distribution along the urban areas or around the urban areas is easier. So Kamsa Poultry is located in the rural parts of Kisumu County, and our biggest customers are the rural households that are around the farm. So you find that in that space, we don't have so much competition, enabling us to make the product available. At Kamsa Poultry, we also try to take care of our environment by contributing in small ways. Number one, most of the water, about 90 or more % of the water, is rain harvested. We use very little of the piped water. Second, the chicken manure produced on the farm is composted and used and sold to crop farmers to help improve the soil and improve their production. Some of this chicken manure is also used to produce biogas that is used to cook. If I may speak about my journey with GAIN. First of all, I was introduced to GAIN through a friend who was taking part in the community of practice. So for a while, I used to attend the community of practice. And through those sessions, I got to interact with fellow players in the food systems. And I learned a lot in terms of innovation. There were topics about how do we innovate. There were so many topics on how do we do marketing. How do you target your customers? There were sessions on finance and financial management. And then, obviously, in such sessions, during tea break, we got to network. You get to meet financial institutions. You get to meet NGOs. You get to meet, in my case, feed producers who produce feeds that my chicken can use. So those sessions were very valuable. Then came the call for applications for grant, which I went through and was successful. Before 2018, I used to produce about 30 trays of eggs. Currently, with the GAIN support and expansion, I'm able to produce 145 trays of eggs. With that expansion, we are still only managing to to reduce the deficit in Kisumu County alone by only 10%, meaning that the deficit is still huge for egg production. The way GAIN has structured its support system, I would highly recommend that it's the ideal way, because you find that first of all, your capacity to manage a business, to improve production and manage the improved production is built before you are given capital, which I think prepares you for that kind of expansion. So I would say that's a good way to go about it.
Thank you so much, Steve. I think that is quite encouraging, especially looking at what you've been able to do in Kisumu and, of course, the neighboring counties. I'm glad to understand that, of course, with the trainings around market research, having engaged in the community of practice, you already now can tap into the NGOs, other financials and opportunities that exist beyond GAIN support. And that's why even as we close this program, perhaps today you're still now better equipped to tap into opportunities. That's one thing that I think even young people who want to get into that space, I would really want you to really reach out to Steve. And definitely, I think his story will basically be able to inspire you. I'm getting to our next presenter, and this is our Deputy Head of Nutrition. That is Leila, who is coming from the Ministry of Health. I want to give a quick brief about her. She's a public health nutritionist, of course, who holds a bachelor's degree in home economics and technology. She has over 15 years experience in nutrition management and, of course, policy development. As I've said, she's the deputy head of nutrition, but at the same time, she's also the head of programs within the division. And at the same time, she's also on top of the healthy diets and lifestyles, program portfolio. So she's quite committed to efforts that are aimed at mainstreaming nutrition in agriculture within the whole spectrum of food systems. Of course, issues around policy development, strategy and guidelines development, and professional goal is just promoting preventive nutrition by planning and programming for specific life course groups. So basically, the idea is she's passionate to see nutrition within the whole agri-nutrition kind of space. So Leila, I would want to just throw in a question or so to you, so that then you'll be able to really, I know we are pressed of time, but I believe you'll be able to be a bit more explicit on some of the response. So having interacted with the GAIN's Marketplace for Nutritious Food project, what would you consider as the greatest contribution of this particular program towards addressing the food and nutrition needs of Kenyans? I know we've had so much in terms of what we're doing, but until you give us the seal of approval, then I think we will still be able to be winking in the dark. But let's hope that you'll be able to really locate us appropriately within the food and nutrition space. So what has been our contribution?
Good morning, everyone. As you've heard, I'm Leila Akinyi from the Division of Nutrition. And I'm happy to be in this meeting of the closure event for Marketplace for Nutritious Foods. I've been lucky to engage with the project right from its inception, even in the community of practice meetings. I have been there. I've been a technical advisory committee member where we were looking at the proposals from the small and micro enterprises. So I am talking at a space where I know what the project is about and what it has done for nutrition. In nutrition, we define what nutrition is and we say what should be eaten, but we do not have capacity to provide what should be eaten. Just the way Leah was saying in her introductory remarks, that food is what is eaten, but from the food we get nutrition. But people do not eat diets, they do not eat nutrition. So we define and we say what foods should be eaten. Sometimes we even line up a series of 10 food groups that people should pick from. But the question is, does the Ministry of Agriculture grow the foods? And does the food reach the Kenyan plate? And that is how we really looked at this Marketplace for Nutritious Food project, and it's helped us understand the issues around access. When you look at the definition of food security in the Food and Nutrition Security Policy, It defines food security on issues around access, production, availability, access of safe and nutritious foods. But you see, unless someone models what is safe and what is nutritious and what is access, you may not really understand that language. And this project has helped model access to nutritious foods. GAIN took time to understand what the ministry wants in terms of making nutritious foods accessible and available to Kenyans. Having understood that, because Leah was giving an example of some of the foods that this project has interest in. One is the protein-rich foods, the legumes, the dairy foods, and the flesh foods. And we also have the fruits and vegetables, which are very critical to access to what we define as nutrition. And this project helped model what access means by supporting small and micro enterprises who deal with food. Why I'm talking about modeling? You see, for us in policy, sometimes we tell ourselves, we talk to ourselves. We can say this is what we want to see. But how it is someone else who should understand and implement it. So this project, during the call for proposals, the project outlines clearly what kind of SMEs they would want to support. It gives the definition of a nutritious food in the project proposal, so that by the time you're applying, you know very well you should deal with certain types of food and not other types of food that are considered not nutritious. So the modeling aspect for me is very clear, because at policy level, we need such modeling to advise policy and guidelines. And so we have very clear documents that have modeled how to support small and micro enterprises to access, to produce or to make foods that are nutritious accessible to the population. The other thing that for us has worked through the marketplace is the accessibility now to nutritious foods. I've talked about modeling the project, so that now how can you support a small and micro enterprise to produce safe and nutritious foods. But again, now these small and micro enterprises are now producing or making safe and nutritious foods accessible. For example, what Khadija has talked about and what Steve has talked about just now about eggs. They now have made us see how you can make food distribution in the value chain reach the consumer, sometimes like what Steve was describing, with a very short linkage, where they, as the producers, easily make the food accessible to the consumer by just through the retail trader. So this reduces the cost. One of the things that for me, when I was a TAC member, a technical advisory committee member for the project, we would look at the cost. And one of the key elements for me when I was looking at the proposals was, is your product less costly to what is in the market? So you find most of the projects that were supported by GAIN, the cost of the product, like for example, yogurt, you would find it is slightly lower than what is in the supermarket, meaning that product is going to be more accessible to the consumer. And for us, as we advise Kenyans to eat, because our role is to tell people what to eat, as we advise them what to eat, they can access that product at an affordable cost. So for me, that is what I have seen through either the community of practice or the project where some businesses were given funds to support the access to nutritious foods. A good example is Kwanza Tukule. When you look at where Kwanza Tukule operates, it operates in the very low income area, like what are they called? I forget the place, like in a
Mukurus.
Mukurus, yes, the Mukuru kwa Njenga and all that, the area around industrial area where there's the really lowest. One of the reasons why people do not consume legumes, they say it takes too long to cook. So meaning lazima ukue na makaa, you have to have charcoal or a source of fuel to cook. And those are the things that women tell us when we tell them how to feed children very well. They tell us, now if you tell me to eat maharagwe takes too long to cook. I need to have enough fuel to cook the maharagwe. But now, a small and micro enterprise has provided a solution for that, where now this business is providing already either pre-cooked or cooked nutritious food in a safe manner. Because one of the things that the GAIN project will do is go and assess the place where they are producing and make sure it is the HASP, the safety issues are taken care of, the standards according to KEBS are taken care of, the food safety standards according to Ministry of Health are taken care of. So for me, the marketplace for nutritious foods has modeled the very tail end of the food chain, where it links production to consumption through access to nutritious foods.
Thank you, Leila. Thank you so much for that. Perhaps maybe you could also speak to the private sector overall as a ministry. What is their role in terms of just helping even in realizing some of these strategic plans that we've just launched? And because we know everyone has a space. So maybe in less than a minute, you might want to really just speak to our private sector colleagues who rather are in this nutrition space of working with the food systems, but they really don't perhaps really understand that contributes more into what you want to achieve.
Yeah, it's not the first time we have dealt with private sector. So we know. For us, we reach out to private sector a lot in many spaces. As Leah alluded in her opening remarks, we have worked with the food industry, the millers, and the producers of fats and oils to make sure that these products are fortified. So for us, the private sector are at a pivotal role to ensure nutrition security for our population. It is not the first time, and we will keep drumming it that it is not our role really to play the access. Government cannot supply food. Let's just be clear. Government can only guide what should be done. But the private sector plays that role of making sure what we have put in place is actualized through transportation. For example, there is need for transportation of food. There is need for storage of food. There is need for packaging of food. All that is done in the private space. So that is why for us, we have clearly outlined in the policies, we have clearly outlined in public partnership for us. Even for fortification, we have the Kenya National Food Fortification Alliance, where the private sector are the ones who are coordinating the. For us, it is very clear. If you read our documents, I may not explain very well at this moment because of time, but like the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan clearly says the role of what are they called? These small producers that they're called value addition and food processors. They play a very critical role to access nutritious food. So for us, we need you. Actually, we desperately need the small and micro enterprises, and any partner who supports that, for us, it is a plus for the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leila. I think you've given us quite some good insights. In fact, I'm happy having really spoken very well about how you are involved in the MNF project. And being a member of TAC, what GAIN does is that we don't evaluate businesses ourselves, but we really give opportunity even to the ministry and other technical experts to also really give, approval of those documents so that when we are supporting them, we have the confidence that, that we really, are getting the best businesses for support. And of course, the fact that it's also our workers really modeled, policy direction in terms of what is it we're talking about in food systems and how foods can be made more nutritious. Happy that we have a space. And finally, as you say, that all the private it is not just left for the business. The idea is they're contributing a lot more in terms of addressing equity. Also is currently taking care in terms of partnerships within the food and agriculture department. So a lot of us perhaps may have not known. Question, tie them in the two questions, but I will put them together so that then we'll be able to, in about 4 minutes or less, you can be able to speak to all of us who are watching and listening to you. First, you will tell us how Equity Bank is supporting SMEs in agricultural sector, but I would want you to also understand the fact that for businesses to scale up, they also need financial muscles to do that. And of course, this has really, in fact, has even been compounded by this COVID-19. You understand a lot of the small businesses that are already in place are now closing down because of that. So the whole situation in terms of finance is now bigger than it was before. So you tell us some of the packages that Equity Bank has made available for businesses in food and nutrition security and how they can access that package or those packages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles, for this opportunity and for your questions. I think just to start us off, Equity Bank, as you might all know, started over 35 years ago. And the bank started in what we know today as Murang'a County. We are very passionate about farmers because these were our very first customers. And since then, we've come up with solution to take care of all stakeholders in the agriculture value chain. So the bank, as you correctly mentioned, has a food and agriculture department. And here we have adopted a value chain approach, more or less to the agenda of today about food systems, where we are looking at taking care of all stakeholders from end to end. At the bank, I can tell you we have very smallholder farmers who are borrowing as little as 10,000 shillings. But to the far extreme, we also have very big corporates who are borrowing of 1 billion Kenya shillings. So really just to paint a picture that the bank has all these suite of products to support all the players in food and agriculture value chains. The kind of support that we have, and I really liked what Harold said in his presentation, sometimes it's not all about financing. As an SME, we might get finances and perhaps that's not what will unlock the businesses. So we have various programs such as capacity building. For farmers, we train them on financial literacy trainings. For SMEs like you, we train them on entrepreneurship education. We have mentorship programs, and we also arrange peer-to-peer learnings so that SMEs in one area, for example, a poultry farmer in Kisumu, can come and learn what a poultry farmer in Kiambu is doing. We also have payment solutions. And this one, in such forums, we encourage SMEs like yourself. Because in the sectors that we operate, it's very easy to do cash transactions. It's very easy for my colleague here to sell the eggs to the retailers, get the cash, and use the same cash maybe to buy the inputs. So this cash doesn't hit the account. And when we approach us for maybe financing, it becomes very difficult to prove your credit worthiness. So we encourage the SMEs and the farmers that they work with to use the bank accounts so that they can build that credit history. As a one-stop shop, we also offer insurance services. As SMEs, you are very aware of the kind of risks that you come across in your day-to-day business. God forbid, without insurance, if something major was to happen, then you might go back to not even step 1, but step 0. So we encourage you to have these insurance packages. Trade finance, these are solutions that is also available to meet your supply chain requirements. But maybe just to talk to your second question about financing. And this has been a pain point where SMEs and farmers and stakeholders generally in food and agriculture say, we can't access finance. So maybe just to speak broadly, the kind of finances that we have short-term finances, and these are basically to meet your OPEX need, your working capital needs. For example, you need to buy inputs if you are in production, or to buy stock. So the bank can avail this kind of facility. We have revolving overdrafts. You find sometimes you are having a financing gap. You have already sold, you have bought maybe goods on cash from the farmers, and you have already supplied them, say, to a supermarket, but there's that waiting period that you have to wait before maybe you are paid. So we can offer a revolving overdraft so that you can still have some cash to continue with your business. Solutions such as invoice discounting, you have already supplied the product and you have not yet been paid, we can discount that invoice. Or maybe you have gotten a good order, but you don't have funds to supply this product. So we can also offer something like the LPO financing. In terms of long-term, and I must say this is something that maybe is missing in the market, SACCOs and the rest are really trying to come into the space of short-term financing, but long-term financing maybe is what is really missing for our SMEs. And I can say we have products that can run up to 120 months just to support you. If it's a factory establishment that you want to do, if it's construction projects that you want to undertake, we have this kind of facility. Last but not least, asset financing, because as your business grows, you'll realize you require assets. And here we are looking at, say, trucks. You need a fleet of maybe trucks for your distribution, say tractors, say you want to invest in waste management or environment conservation projects. So the bank is willing and ready to finance this. One unique thing I must say about agriculture financing is that uniqueness that we can be able to match your repayments to your income cycles. Because we understand in agriculture, it's not like an employed person who will have to pay, say, equated monthly installments. We are able to look at your business and look at your income partners and match the repayment of these loans to your income partners. Lastly, as I mentioned, the capacity building projects that we are having. We are currently running one project, which I would all invite you to visit nearest branches and inquire about. It's targeting 5,000 SMEs across the country and 60,000 farmers. And this one, again, is just to unlock the financial access, because we've realized this is the main bottleneck for SMEs, and we want to interact with you and see how we can unlock these challenges. So those will be my remarks, and thank you very much, Charles.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think that is an eye-opener to us, getting to understand that Equity has a whole portfolio around issues on supporting value chains and farmers, and of course SMEs like the ones we work with. And of course, other packages, as you've said, we have issues to do with the training for financial literacy, looking at mentorship, including peer-to-peer support, especially for just learning from those that have really developed. understanding the fact that maybe you could have an invoice and all that, and you do a bit more of discounting, LPO financing, asset financing, looking at issues to do with capacity building project that you've just spoken to last in terms of targeting about 5,000 SMEs and over 60,000 perhaps farmers. So I think there's opportunity for us to understand, because a lot of what we do every day, you hear about finance. That comes top of the list. But now we hear the opportunities that we can tap into. I don't want to bring this down without maybe just somebody having a quick question. Maybe I would want to give 1 or 2 people, if you have a question that you want these people to respond to in just under maybe 20 seconds before I bring the curtain down. Do we have, yeah. You can give him a microphone. Yeah. Just 2 or so that then we can wrap up. I know our time is far much gone.
Thank you very much for good presentation by the panel members. My name is Dr. Mugambi from Jomo Kenyatta University, Department of Entrepreneurship. I'd want the team to talk about maybe, or to think about what they're doing about palatability of the products. We have SMEs producing very good products, but when it comes to taste, it's not really good. It's a big problem. When it comes to taste. Very nutritious products, taste is a big issue. Especially that goes to Dr. Kinyuru when it comes to product development and indeed all the SMEs. Number 2, the packaging. We have a big problem when it comes to packaging of the products. When you compare what we are doing in Kenya or larger in Africa and European products, our packaging is really wanting. You find good products, nutritious products, to say the least, packed in packaging that looks like animal feeds instead of human. So we see, and then we are attracted by that product, and then we make a decision on if we are going to consume it or not. So nutrition comes secondly. We see it first. So packaging is a major issue, and we have a big gap in terms of how we are packaging our products. And number 3, the culture. I think very little is being done about what people want. There's a difference between needs and wants. Yes, we need food, but there's what we actually want as a people and as African people. So maybe 5 more seconds, if you don't mind, Mr. Pio, so that I finish. So the SMEs need to do more research on what people want. And maybe if I give a scenario, my kids love pizzas. Every week I have to spend some little money on pizzas. So how do we ensure that we have fortified, a pizza that has all the nutritious value, because it's what people want? When I go to Java, I take a lot of coffee for my meetings, not uji. So how do we ensure there's an element of fortification for what I like and where I want to be? Last but not the least, colors. People are moved by different things when it comes to culture. I helped build a certain product in a neighboring country, and what was clear is we spent about 2 years without making any sale, less than 20%. Little did we know that the people were just concerned about the color. Our product had an issue of yellow, and they associate that color with something cheap, something of less value. So you realize you might be having a very good product, but the color mix and all that becomes a major issue. So personally, I'm very much concerned about how we package ourselves, how we do things, because it has a bearing on how we are able to position our products in the market. Last but not the least, when I look at the poster Gainers put there, it's very interesting and appealing. But what if that gentleman was in a very good overall, well organized, that shows him plucking tea, will make that tea feel more nutritious, even if I'm not, but the picture probably I see has a bearing on my mind that there's a problem on the guys in terms of hygiene, the guys who are plucking that tea. So these are simple things we are talking about that has a very big bearing on the market space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugambi. Can I have the very last question so that we can take them at once? Please.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Edwin Bogwa from Concern Worldwide, and I'm delighted to be part of this very good forum, and we are delighted with the work that the Marketplace for Nutrition has achieved. They are very good success stories, and we see this as an exemplary example of a shared value partnership, where GAIN is interested in pursuing partnerships to fulfill improve nutrition status among the population, and the SMEs are definitely interested in being able to increase market for their products. And I think they are very good successes here. What I would like to maybe ask one of the SMEs who might have this specific experience is perhaps you can give a highlight of how you're able to manage your margins. I know that some of you have talked about when you introduce a product to a market, it takes time to pick. How you're able to manage your margins and at the same time adhere to quality. I think that is one thing that is very important. Sometimes when you go back as an individual or as an SME, you have to make sure that you balance that so that you can keep going, and maybe you can just tell us how you have been able to achieve that. And then from the other side is what kind of process ensures that you adhere to the quality standards of your products. That I know that one of the SME talked about getting a lot of support to reach to a certain level in terms of quality, but how is it routinely sustained? How is it routinely maintained? Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edwin. Unless there's a lady, I heard Adija was a bit more concerned about women also. Could we have one from one of our ladies in a second or so that then we wrap up the meeting? If there is none, I'll get back to the panel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think you've heard about the questions. I know a lot of them are coming to Dr. Kanyuru, but of course, all of us perhaps might have maybe in a second or so just to really, add your voice. So, are you able to respond to some of the questions that were raised by Dr. Mugambi about palatability of the products, looking at issues around packaging of our products, so looking around issues around culture and all that. So it's about all issues around product development. So in under 20 seconds, will you be able to speak to that?
Thank you, Dr. I mean, product development is not just, am I audible?
No, you are, it's like the mark, which is not very audible, but it's okay.
Product development is not just mixing things and cooking and baking and things in the factory, but it's a whole spectrum of activities, right from knowing what the customer wants, and then going back and making that product. So when you are doing product development, the first step is usually, this is my idea, but I need to go to the customers and ask them, I want to make a porridge. What is an ideal porridge for you? And then they'll tell you, I like my porridge brown, I like my porridge sour, I like it cold, I like it packaged like this, etc., etc. And then now you come back and strive to meet the requirement of that customer. Because like Dr. Ari said, you can have a very nutritious product, but it tastes awful, and nobody will buy it. You can have a very nutritious product, but it looks ugly. Nobody will even look at it twice in the supermarket. I once walked into a supermarket, and in the bread section, I found a black bread. Black, not brown. Black. And thin, small, rounded, black bread. As a food technologist, I looked at the ingredients, and they were actually very good ingredients. And it was actually supposed to be a very nutritious product. But the next time I went to that supermarket to look for that bread, I never found it, and I've never seen it back in that supermarket again. Why? Probably because Personally, I didn't buy it. And probably some other person and another person and another person didn't buy it. Very nutritious product, but it didn't give us a typical bread color. It didn't give us a typical bread size. And so it didn't appeal. The consumer didn't want it, despite the fact that it was very nutritious. So you rightly said, Dr. Ari, it has to start from the consumer. What does he want? The consumer wants a product that tastes good. Give them that. And tasting good doesn't necessarily mean sweet or sugary. There are a lot of things you can do to a product to make it palatable, to taste good, and I enjoy eating it. Remember, we said we don't eat nutrients. We eat food. We eat diets. And in return, we get nutrients. Packaging. A consumer wants a product packaged in a certain way. I once worked with a company, we were helping develop a product, and we packaged it, our initial packaging, and we took it to the consumers. And they said the product tastes good, but it looks like a fertilizer. The packaging, ni kama ya, it's like for biofertilizer, foliar feed. Very good product. But when they look at it, what comes in their mind is the foliar feed that they spray the cabbage and the nyanyas and etc. So what does that tell you? You need to go back and relook at your packaging. So talking to your consumer is very important. Understand their culture. They want my product. Kenyans want a bread that looks a little brown and has a certain volume. You give them a small bread, they'll not buy it. Okay? Remember some time back, probably 5 or so years, there was a regulation that required that you could reduce the size of the weight of the bread. But remember, the consumer knows the kind of volume they are looking for. So you reduce the weight and you reduce the volume, you lose customers. So what do? As a company, as an industry, you go back and figure out how do we reduce the weight, yes, but retain the volume. And there are technologies available to help you do that, so that you're able to give what the consumer needs. Same things with color and basically everything else. If you're talking of what we would call junk foods, which our kids want, pizza, fries, all those things, there are ways in which they can be biofortified. Pizza is a good food, actually. It's not necessarily bad food. Pizza, actually, some of the ingredients we use to make pizza is actually cheese. And cheese is a nutritious food product. It's made from dairy. It is very rich in calcium, very rich in good proteins, very good in fats, high in probiotic microorganisms that help the gut. So it's not necessarily a very bad product, but needs to be eaten with regulation. Yeah? So as a company dealing with dairy, do not shy away from going the pizza products with your cheese, but there are ways in which you can make sure that that product is still as nutritious as it can be, as much as it can be classified as not very nutritious by the masses. Yes, maybe you could start.
Thank you. Maybe someone want to add a voice to that? Yeah. Leila?
I wanted to add to what Professor was asking. One of the things that when we promote optimal nutrition, we mention certain principles, that it should be locally available and acceptable. So acceptability at the local level, we do not want people to change their local diets. We want them improved. So we do not want industries that change the original tastes of food. One of the other principles is minimally processing. So we do not want foods that are over-processed. That's one of the principal guidances of nutrition. If you can try to retain the food as was produced from the farm level, that is what we promote. What the SMEs should concentrate on is making these foods accessible to the consumer, either by preservation or just changing the production a bit, but not over-processing. So we are very clear on reducing or minimizing the change or the taste of food from its original fashion. The other thing we do in our programming in health is understanding dietary patterns. One of the things that is critical in doing an intervention, the way John was explaining, is doing a research to understand what is the dietary patterns of a group of people. In Kenya, we have diverse communities. We have the people who are in the northeastern. If you take to them githeri, they will not eat. So, like for example, previously, World Food Program would, or the Ministry of Education would take maize and beans for the school meals program, and they would sell the maize. So we need to understand what is the dietary pattern of a certain population group and produce foods that are acceptable for that population. Understand in Nairobi, what is the dietary pattern? As much as it is cosmopolitan. So we need to do surveys. Like now we are planning for the food consumption survey in Kenya, the first one ever in Kenya, to understand how different, how diverse is our dietary pattern, so that as we program, we do not program with one intervention. So please, my last request to small and micro enterprises, learn to work with experts. When we were doing the technical advisory committees, we would ask the SMEs, have you worked with a nutritionist? Have you worked with a food technologist? Because the experts are in your community. They are there. People have gone to school to study food technology, to study nutrition. Let them give you the technical advice on production of safe and nutritious foods. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very many remarks. I know we would have wanted to give each and every one of us time, but I think we've covered quite some time. But I'm happy. I think some of the questions that are being asked are quite pertinent, making food aspirational. You know, a lot of times we say we need to enjoy food, we don't need to endure. In as much as it's very nutritious, let us try as much as possible to make it, something more aspirational. And I think that's part and parcel of what GAIN is also working towards, so that then we can be able to reach out to most of our consumers as much as possible. Otherwise, I would want to bring this to an end. Thank you so much, colleagues and friends, for having just listened to these very distinguished panelists. Actually, it wouldn't have been very possible to really, do or have this discussion without their contribution into this. And of course, for those of us who are also following up online, thank you so much. You now know who to approach, even in terms of product development, issues of the modern or circular food systems, and the whole issues in terms of addressing some of the bottlenecks. Experiences around working with informal or low-income consumers, but still being able to do what we do, that is critical. Issues around eggs and all these things that GAIN is talking about, that is our next frontier, because we believe a lot of us are still doing eggs, but we sell it. We don't want to eat it. So all that, who to approach. Leila and the team at the ministry are doing a great job. They are very supportive, and they have created an enabling environment for us to all be able to operate. And Equity Bank, we now need them more than ever. So thank you so much, panelists, and everyone else for having made time. Once again, I'm Charles Opio. I work for GAIN, and I appreciate having listened to the panelists. Thank you.
A better round of applause for the great team. All right, by the look of my watch, it's 11:44. It feels like we'll be going for brunch, but no, we're going for tea. So very quickly, I'm hoping that we can step out for a quick cup of tea or coffee and come back hopefully by 12:15 latest, so that we can carry on the rest of the afternoon and hopefully in time for our lunch break. See you after the break. I'm hoping you've enjoyed the panel session that was, and I'm looking forward to the session after the tea break, which is going to be even more interesting in terms of some of the occurrences that are happening in the space from a development perspective, and also from, basically from a development perspective to start with. See you after the break. Very quickly, grab your tea. The tea stations, we have one to my right and one right behind the room, as we also network with other sort of participants who have graced the day. See you shortly. think the numbers look like we're now back to, yes, I think we're good to start. All right, good. All right, before the break, we got to hear from the SMEs and how they've been supported under the GAIN program. And at this point, we would want to hear the role of the development partners towards supporting such initiatives. And I would call upon Lauren Landis, the country representative of World Food Program. I think before even she speaks, we need to give the World Food Program a round of applause. They won the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, it means that they're doing something good. Before she speaks, let's give let's, on behalf of WFP, a round of applause for WFP. Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are really humbled by the Nobel Peace Prize, and we really feel that it is the work that we're doing in the most remote areas serving the most vulnerable that has allowed us to accept this award. So I'm really excited to be here today. This is the topic. These are the issues that really excite me. And I think that this conference comes at a really opportune time, also because we had the Global Food Systems Summit that was already mentioned this morning that's coming up in future months, I guess maybe a future year. So let me tell you why I'm excited. Let me tell you a little bit about me. Yes, I'm the brand new country director for the World Food Program here in Kenya, and I'm loving Kenya, I have to say. But I came from 5 years in WFP's global headquarters as the Director of Nutrition for all of WFP's global programs. So for the past 5 years, I've been working on the global vision of how to improve consumption of healthy diets in all of our programs around the world, and using all the adjectives that we came up with this morning: safe, affordable, tasty, aspirational, and of course sustainable. And by sustainable, that means in the inclusion of the private sector, because how else are we going to get there if it's not sustainable? In my role as Director of Nutrition, I also worked with GAIN at the global level on the Sun Business Network. So trying to set up Sun Business Networks all around the world, like the one you have in here, and I can see you have a particularly strong one here, but trying to incorporate them as well into World Food Program nutrition programming in some countries around the world. So I feel very much at home here. And now the secret is, as the country representative of the World Food Program here in Kenya, I want to take the food systems perspective that we already have in place as part of our country strategic plan and really build in the nutrition lens. And so it really fits well with a lot of the things we were talking about this morning. Now, I don't have a lot of time, so I just want to say, if you know the World Food Program, you think of it as an emergency program, right? You think of providing food aid and emergency assistance, both food and more in terms of cash. And we still do that. That's called saving lives for us. But in recent years, we have really transformed the way we do business, and we've added a lot stronger component for what we call changing lives. And this is where it fits into a much more comprehensive, transformative look at food systems for our work around the world. So the first slide, if you could give me that one, is really how the World Food Program looks at food systems. And I think you've seen similar circles around. And today, since I have a short period of time, I just want to really highlight the 3 points of production, transformation, including process, transport, and retail, and consumption. And I want to just speak to those 3 points today. Now, a lot of people talk about food systems today, and really, people talk about making them climate friendly, people talk environmentally sustainable. All of these things are important. But one of the things that I feel is really important is that we really look at them as transformational from a nutrition perspective. In other words, adding to the consumption of healthy diets. Now, how is the World Food Program doing this sort of transformation of saving lives to changing lives? Well, if you think about emergency food aid, you know that we know a lot about supply chains, how to buy food, how to transport food, how to retail it, how to make sure supply chains work well. And this is something we do globally. So what we're doing is taking all those back office functions, how to buy food, for example, and we're making them front and center as part of our programmatic offerings. So this is the way we want to work with governments. If it's helping governments to improve supply chains, if it's helping governments to improve fortification, and also working with the private sector throughout. So just think of it as a transformation of bringing the back office to the front office. And you see that we have a lot of skills that we can apply to food systems. So if I haven't convinced you yet about this transformation, I'd just like to give you a couple of examples. I know I don't have a lot of time, but maybe one example per pillar of our food systems approach. And most of these, I rewrote my speech this morning because I wanted it to relate to a lot of things that were brought up this morning that I thought were extremely pertinent. Let's take production. The example I'd like to bring out was also mentioned by Leila this morning, working with Harvest Plus on biofortification. We've been really trying with the International Potato Center to promote orange flesh sweet potatoes. So a real critical problem being micronutrient deficiencies that we see in Kenya. How can we promote through the production a higher quality nutritional product that's also tasty and hopefully becomes an integral part of the diet without having to change the diet too much. So we have been working with about 114 farmer groups. Doesn't sound large until you understand that that's about 10 metric tons of vines that we've been working with those farmers in Isiolo, Samburu, Tana River, Garissa, and Wajir to do the seed multiplication to get quality seeds out there to farmers so that they can produce these orange flesh sweet potatoes. We've been helping not only get the seeds out there, but also with the support for extension work and extension services, also storage, processing, and particularly customer or awareness, doing a little bit of that behavior change modification to make sure that consumers are aware of the improved quality of this kind of sweet potato. Moving on, and maybe we can change slides just a little bit clearer. The food transformation area has a number of entry points, and many of them you've mentioned today, but they're very, very critical. We had some good statistics this morning. I give you two. 1/3 of fresh produce is lost in Africa due to waste, and about $4 billion worth of grains are lost to waste. And a lot of that happens at the farm gate. So 2 interventions that we're working with partners on and would love to work with you on is post-harvest loss, right? So 150,000 smallholder farmers are trained in post-harvest loss farming methods and also in special storage equipment that can help retain the length of that grain product in particular, but can work for other types of products. And then we heard about it this morning, but cold storage. an eco-friendly form, a low cost of cold storage, that's something that can reduce the temperature by simply 10 to 15 degrees, can improve the shelf life of fresh fruits and vegetables by an entire week. And you can see then the potential for having a longer market value of those products for smallholder farmers and for those who are selling in the marketplace. We're working on this in Kakuma Refugee Camp, where we see a really important need, but also as a pilot, then looking at ways to expand it in very remote areas. I won't even touch the area of fortification because I think there were a lot of solid examples this morning. Finally, consumption. And consumption of a healthy diet is obviously the most important. The World Food Programme is working hard to integrate behavior change modification messages and approaches into all of its programming. But as we heard today, that's usually not enough. And so some of the other things we've been working on, I was talking with Layla this morning about our school feeding programs. You know, how about making sure that the menu for the school feeding diet that kids receive, getting that nutrition at school? And then even more optimally, how about making sure kids in school are learning about the consumption of a healthy diet? Because it's always when you have those young, fertile minds, it's the best place to start. But other examples would include food quality and safety, again, mentioned a lot this morning and absolutely critical. We have to assure that if we're consuming food, that it's not contaminated, that it's safe even for our youngest and most vulnerable populations. And as you know, Kenya has high levels of alpha toxins. So one of the things we've been trying to do, using our supply chain back office knowledge, have been trying to set up mini labs. I know something else that the GAIN also works on. And we've trained 230 public health officers to test foods for alpha toxins and other contaminants. So making sure that what is consumed is actually good quality and safe. So those are just some examples. And just letting you know that I really see, as we go forward, please watch the World Food Programme. Please look to the World Food Programme as a partner in the future. Please recognize that not only do we do food aid, but we also really take a food systems approach and work very hard with smallholder farmers and others and the private sector on integrating a nutritious and a healthy diet approach into our food system work. So again, I'm very excited to be here and to learn a lot of the innovations and a lot of the good work that's happening here in Kenya, and thank you so much.
A better round of applause for Lauren. Earlier on, we had Leila from Ministry of Health, and I will still call upon her to come and just give her remarks when it comes to nutrition. Are we on the right course? Is what GAIN is doing what the ministry, does it align well with the ministry? Leila, one more time. Is she in the room? Leila Akinyi. Yeah, just 1 minute, she will be here. But as she as she comes in, I'm hoping that we are getting the feed for Lawrence ready. Yes, all right, great.
Sorry, I had to print it because the computer went off. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm making remarks on behalf of the Head of Nutrition. It is a great pleasure to join you today to celebrate the end of the successful project by GAIN, Marketplace for Nutritious Foods, project in Kenya. I wish to recognize the businesses that have benefited from this project and are here today. It is exciting to see the small and micro enterprises represented here today soar new heights to support access to safe and nutritious foods thanks to Marketplace for Nutritious Foods project. I wish to commend the great collaboration that GAIN has had with the Ministry of Health, specifically the Division of Nutrition, over the years to support sustainability of a number of programs. Specifically, GAIN supported the establishment of a robust food fortification program in the Division of Nutrition. GAIN is also engaged actively in scaling up nutrition initiatives through the SUN Business Network. Fortification of packaged salt, fats, and oils, wheat, and maize flour is now mandatory in the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics has had the privilege to interact with Marketplace for Nutritious Foods since its inception and has had the privilege to see the successful support of small and micro enterprises dealing with provision of safe and nutritious foods to low-income populations in the country. The Constitution of Kenya guarantees all Kenyans the right to be free from hunger and children specifically the right to nutrition. However, achievement of this has not been to scale. Only 22% of children 6 to 23 months access a minimum acceptable diet, while 94% of adults 18 to 69 years do not consume the recommended servings of fruits and vegetables every day. The Food and Nutrition Security Policy recognizes that nutrition security can only be achieved when food security is combined with education. The policy is combined with education, a sanitary environment, adequate health services, and proper care and feeding practices to ensure a healthy life for all households. The policy further gives the meaning of food security to be when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. This requires a nutritionally diverse diet. This places projects like Marketplace for Nutritious Foods right at the central role of ensuring food security through enabling access. Despite these wonderful policies and plans, Kenya is still faced with a triple burden of malnutrition. The main ones are undernutrition, including micronutrient deficiencies, stunting and wasting, and overweight and obesity. 26% of children under 5 are stunted and may not be able to achieve their full potential in life. 41% of pregnant women are anemic in Kenya, contributed greatly by iron deficiency. Other micronutrient deficiencies include vitamin A deficiency, zinc, folic acid, and vitamin B12 that play critical roles in maintaining growth and development and maintaining bodily functions. Access to diverse diets is critical to achieving optimal nutrition and specifically micronutrient intake. The private sector therefore plays a critical role in ensuring access to affordable and nutritious foods. The Kenya Nutrition Action Plan 2018-2022 has the key result area 10. So we have an action plan that has a key result area 10 that aims to ensure nutrition in agriculture and food security is scaled up. The output of this is improved access to nutritious and safe foods along the value chain. For this output, we have outlined 2 strategies. One, we wish to support promotion of increased access to nutritious food and safe food along the food value chain, pathways through strengthening coordination and collaboration with public and private actors through capacity assessment of private sector. The second strategy is to promote uptake of food processing, preservation, and storage technologies. So that we have clearly outlined in our Kenya Nutrition Action Plan 2018-2022. Before I continue with my remarks, when we implemented our first Nutrition Action Plan 2012-2017, it was very nutrition specific, and we went out to achieve many things in health, but we realized without other sectors, we could not achieve nutrition security. That's why we now made our second Nutrition Action Plan to be multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder. Being here today is an embodiment of these two strategies highlighted in the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan. The successful implementation of the Marketplace for Nutritious Foods gives the Ministry of Health great satisfaction that the private sector has taken the responsibility and holds the critical role to achieving food and nutrition security. Thank you again for seeing the actualization of this. We look forward to future collaboration. And my call to action, as I said when I was in the panel, we need the small and micro enterprises. We need the private sector to achieve nutrition security. So again, and the partners who are in this room, keep it up. The government has recognized the fruits of your actions. And we are hoping in the Kenya we are going to conduct the Kenya micronutrient survey. After 10 years, we hope to see a change of the impact of businesses like yours. Because through fortification, like salt iodization, we have seen the reduction of goiter to less than 6% in the country. So we know initiatives like these ones have impact for nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leila. Our next presentation is going to be via a Zoom link. Unfortunately, Lawrence Herdad would have loved to be here with us, but COVID has happened, and that's a word that goes around. COVID has happened, so things are not happening as they're supposed to be. So I will call upon the tech team to put up that link for Lawrence to take it away. You probably might need to switch off the main lights for visibility.
Let me know when to start, folks. Now?
Yes, now.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so jealous. I wish I could be there with you. I'm staring out of a freezing cold room into a deadly gray sky, and it's really depressing here. I wish I was with you in a lively, beautiful place with vibrant colleagues. You'll have to make do with me like this. I'll make do with you like that. So first of all, let me thank the government of Kenya, the Leila Akinyi. Leila, I met you last time I was in Kenya. I think you just joined the ministry, maybe from the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'm just super impressed with all the things you've managed to achieve in the last couple of years. Lauren, we're sorry to lose you from Rome, but happy that you're in Nairobi, and it's great to see you again. And Ambassador Brower, it's great that you're here, and thank you for all the support your government has given to this effort that my GAIN and WFP colleagues have presented so well. I think we really, the challenge of our time is healthy diets. Like many of you, I've been doing this for a long time, and I was shocked at the 3 billion number that was highlighted in the SOFIA report that came out a couple of months ago. 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. 1 billion of those are in Africa. 3/4 of the African population cannot afford a healthy diet. This is outrageous and unacceptable. And so this is the motivating cause of GAIN. Our mission, our purpose is to improve the consumption of safe, nutritious food for all. So we're outraged and motivated by this current state of affairs. We think it can be changed, and we're working very hard to change it. Now, as food systems modernize, the distance between what is produced and what is consumed grows. Sometimes that's the physical distance. Sometimes it's the temporal distance, the time between when something is harvested and when something is consumed. And that creates lots of opportunities for nutrition to be improved, but it creates lots of opportunities for nutrition to be worsened, either through adulteration or ultra-high food processing or food loss and food spoilage. So what's in between food production and food consumption? It's small, micro, and medium-sized enterprises. They are the missing middle of food systems. They are the backbone of local food systems that people on lower and middle incomes depend on. Increasingly high-income people depend on those systems too. Small and medium enterprises and the markets they serve and develop, they understand the low-income consumer. They understand what they need. They understand what prices they're willing and able to pay. They understand what their preferences are. And those consumers and customers, they trust and understand and have a relationship with those SMEs, whether they're in production, processing, marketing, distribution, or advertising. They understand each other. It's a very important relationship. So SMEs in this nutritious food space, especially those producing foods that we think are really, really important for nutrition, pulses, nuts, fish, vegetables, fruits, dairy, eggs, fortified foods. These foods are really important for people's nutrition status. And I have to commend the government of Kenya. I think the stunting rate is about 26%, is it? Something, it's in the mid-20s. And I remember when I started doing this 30 years ago, that rate was much, much higher. It was in the 40%. So you've virtually halved child stunting in the last, I think, 18 years. That's amazing. There are other challenges, of course. There's obesity rising in every country. Wasting seems to be difficult to get below a certain level. Women's anemia, of course, is a big problem in every country and reducing too slowly in every country. But the government really is to be commended, and it's to be commended also for its embrace of the private sector. I think the government sees the opportunity and sees, as Lauren said, you can't have a sustainable solution without the business sector. But I think the government is also has its eyes wide open when it comes to businesses that are not trying to be very helpful to nutrition. So there's a very nice balanced view of the opportunities and the challenges of working with the private sector. But we definitely want these small and medium enterprises to grow in the nutritious food space. What do they need to grow? Well, we kind of know what they need to grow. They need finance. They're too big for microfinance. They're too small for formal finance. Formal finance finds them too difficult to assess their due diligence on. The transaction costs the transaction amounts are too small, so the costs are too high in terms of the value of the financial services provided, and they're just seen as too risky. They also need technical assistance. It's pretty clear, when you're a small business starting up, especially if you're if you don't have a history of business in your family, it's difficult to know how to develop a marketing strategy. It's difficult to know what the value proposition is and how you enhance the value proposition. It's difficult to comply with standards. It's difficult to even know what the government thinks and asks you to do. It's difficult to know where to get a piece of equipment and how to import it. These are basic things that most very small businesses need to figure out how to do. They need to become investor ready to grow beyond their current footprint. The survey that the Sun Business Network did with support from GAIN and the World Food Programme that was conducted in June of this year showed that very clearly. There was a survey of 350 SMEs in 16 countries, and it showed, sales decreasing because of COVID, but also financial problems because most small and medium enterprises don't have any working capital. Big businesses do. They can survive for a certain number of months, maybe even a year or two, but smaller businesses cannot. And it's absolutely essential that these small businesses continue in this stressful COVID time where incomes are dropping, food is difficult to move around, and trade is halting. It's very important because they are the backbone of the food system. So that's the genius of the marketplace for nutritious foods. 10 years ago, the innovators of this program recognized this long before many of the rest of us did, certainly long before I did. And I think it's been very influential, the marketplace for nutritious food, for the Sun Business Network. The Sun Business Network, when it started out, was focused mostly on very big companies. And that, to try and get big companies to do anything differently in the nutrition space is very difficult. And I think the marketplace for nutritious food showed the Sun Business Network that it really should be focusing on SMEs. They are the companies that people on the farm to increase. That's important, but we want to get the consumption beyond the farm gate to increase as well. How do we do that? It has to be through SMEs. We're also in the process of establishing a nutritious food financing facility, which is a $60 million financing facility targeting small and medium enterprises in the nutritious food space. It is in Kenya, Nigeria, Mozambique, and I'm forgetting that. I think it's Tanzania. And it's in those 4 countries, and we will be. That's going to be set up soon. The $60 million is the fund size. It's quite small. We've got about 30 million of that already in place. So that will open up sometime in 2021. So you can see kind of a conveyor belt of small and medium enterprises being identified through the Sun Business Network, organized, supported, networked, linked into maybe the commercialization of program, or maybe a WFP program, or maybe a different program not run by GAIN or WFP. And then you can see those SMEs getting ready for investment and then being linked into the nutritious food financing facility. All of those things are going to be connected up by a new SME hub that GAIN is developing. So I'm going to stop there. But before I finish my comments, I just wanted to do a shout out to the SMEs and the SME leaders in the room. I've been doing this business for a while now, and whenever I go and visit any of our GAIN countries, and I visit 3 or 4 a year, usually more, I'm always, I love meeting government officials. I love meeting UN agencies. I love meeting our donor reps. But the group I most like meeting is the SME leaders. And that's because they give me fresh ideas. I would never have thought about their ideas. They give me inspiration. They're so resourceful. They're so adaptive. Some of the things they've been doing in the context of COVID to adapt to this terrible situation have been remarkable, around digitization, for example, around food safety. It's just remarkable. So their resourcefulness, their spirit, their inspiration is remarkable. And the thing that most impresses me about SME leaders is that they are willing to lay everything on the line for their business. They're taking risks. And if those risks don't pay off, they may have to lay some of their staff off And they may become bankrupt themselves, and their families may become destitute. They are laying everything on the line for their businesses in the nutritious food space in ways that those of us who are outside the business world can't really comprehend. We can take risks and they don't pay off. We still have a salary. They take risks, they don't pay off, their livelihoods are damaged. So I salute the marketplace for nutrition work. I salute the government. I salute the UN partners who are so critical. I salute our development cooperation partners, Netherlands in particular, who's so important. I salute my GAIN colleagues, but most of all, I salute the SMEs in the room. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And it's a pleasure to see you from, is it London?
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry about the weather. We're enjoying our summer. It's just a little rain, but very brilliant weather over here. Thank you for that, for that speech. I think my takeaway from Lawrence is that you have been made to become investor ready. And the question now begs, are you ready to take the next step? As he says, the DNA lives on. How will it mutate? Are you going to scale to even better heights and greater heights? Only time will tell, but we sincerely hope that this will be the next move from where GAIN has gotten you to. Our next speaker, we will go to a keynote address from the Embassy of the Netherlands, courtesy of Kim Hood. I hope I got that pronunciation right. Unfortunately, for Kenyan names, I'm sure you also struggle with our names sometimes. Most welcome.
Thank you very much. And don't worry about that. That's why I always introduce myself only with my first name, Kim, because that's very familiar to you all, I believe. I'm very honored to be here today to represent the Dutch Embassy in celebrating with you the closing of this fantastic program, the Marketplace for Nutritious Foods. Ambassador Brouwer was looking forward to participate in this event today, but unfortunately the Ambassadors Regional Conference got scheduled last minute and is taking place exactly at this moment. So he kindly excuses himself and conveys his best to GAIN and to all its partners. It is inspirational to hear more today about the wonderful work that has been carried out by GAIN and all its partners. It truly reflects that a mutual exchange between experts involved on the one hand and companies on the other hand is really beneficial for all. And when various stakeholders work together towards one common goal, it sometimes happens that everyone works on their own niche, which does not always benefit the common. But this is not what I saw when I was out in the field for the past 3 days with GAIN. I saw cooperation, and where different parties really strengthened each other in terms of the companies, in terms of the consultants, and of course GAIN itself. So the results I witnessed in the field, where companies can grow on different levels, it supports, it proves actually the success of the approach that GAIN has taken, and I hope it also inspires others to work in the same way. And this makes the Netherlands extra proud to be working in collaboration with GAIN and all of the partners to ensure that nutrition security reaches everyone. Now, food security in general is a very important part of our portfolio at the Embassy. Why? Well, we live on a planet in which we share. We make sure that we deal with our resources in a sustainable way and that everyone has access to nutritious food. That is needed now, that is needed in the future. So the Netherlands is a partner to tackle this challenge together and where we can assist with our expertise and learn again from you. We have a long-standing relationship with Kenya because we work in private public-private partnerships and due to our trade relations. Now, the Netherlands has a very clear focus on trade and private sector development. Investment in the agricultural and in the food sector are needed in order to ensure that everybody has access to the market, from farmer and to consumer, of course. And only with resilient and inclusive value chains will we be able to ensure the sustainable development of the agricultural sector. Now, the Marketplace for Nutritious Food program contributes extensively to the reduction of the nutrition challenge in Kenya and other parts of the world, actually, since October 2017, funded by us. Now, the project aimed at enabling SMEs to increase their production of safe and nutritious foods from locally available ingredients while targeting low-income consumers across the country. And access to a balanced and healthy diet is vital for good health and for well-being, as we all know. But it's even more so now in this time of the global pandemic, important that everyone has access. So it is extremely important that the growing population that do not have access to safe and nutritious foods are reached to mitigate the effects of poor diets that have adverse outcomes like poor child growth, micronutrient deficiency, overweight, obesity, as well as a high prevalence of non-communicable diseases. Especially the low income have been very hard hit by COVID, and the loss of livelihood and occasionally the market closure has led to a rise of difficulty in the food safety sector, food security and food safety. But this should only encourage us to continue our efforts, to work towards more resilient food systems that produce safe and nutritious foods for all during all times. During the field visits, I got to see the progress that companies like Full Spoon, Lacto Life, and Africa Farm and Markets are making to achieve these goals. And these companies are making a big impact and lead the way for others. Now, I would like to address specifically the companies because I think this is an important event for you. So the most of you are at the beginning of a beautiful growth path. You're already making an impact in the communities that you work with and in. And I'm glad to see that there's a focus on both the nutritional values and the food safety, because those are both important aspects for us in the global world to reach zero hunger. And some of the bigger companies, and Lawrence already hinted at it, could actually be learning from your practices. You're an example to others. And whilst the growth of your business is important to make an impact, always keep your focus on inclusive growth. You have the ability to provide affordable, nutritious foods for marginalized communities. And these communities are both your customer as well as your partner. At the same time, we can learn a lot from your experience and your journey. You can also have a role to inspire others, especially those that are working in more difficult areas of Kenya, to ensure access to nutritious food. Now, this entrepreneurial spirit to solve the nutrition and food insecurity challenge is very much welcomed by the Netherlands. And therefore, the work is not done yet. We are here for a closing event, but not really. Because let us look at this as a start of taking to scale all the gains that we got from GAIN and work with you in partnerships. So in short, I would just like to thank you all again for the great efforts you have done, both GAIN and its partners. And I was going to say, let's practice what we preach and eat some healthy lunch. Chakula chema. But I see I'm too fast. There might be some other things before we have lunch. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kim. At least you've already mentioned to people that there is lunch and invited them ahead of time, which is perfect. On behalf of Kim, let's give her and the other speakers a good round of applause. Before we move to the next step, I want to call upon Leah, the country director of GAIN, just to give an official vote of thanks to the speakers from morning up until now as we move to the next step.
Thank you so much, Lois. You have been leading us really well. Could we have a round of applause for Lois? Thank you. I want to really thank you. Since morning, we have been very patient, all of us. So I would like to begin by saying, let's congratulate ourselves by a round of applause. Although a number of people in the morning told me they were really happy to come out. So I think you're enjoying staying here. A number of you have been holed in your houses, except our SMEs, of course. They have to go to business every day. I want to just appreciate our keynote speakers, our panelists. But let me begin by thanking our businesses. Can we see by a show of hands again who is here and is an SME and is running business? Just raise your hand again, because maybe when it was done in the morning. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy business to come. I think the speakers have spoken very well about what you have to go through as an SME, and we know that every minute counts, so thank you. And we also want to thank our SMEs for walking this journey with us once again since 2017 until now. We want to thank you for coming for the community of practice meetings. Now, as you know, that we have transitioned that into the SBN. So please, whenever there is a call for SBNs, don't ask, what happened to the community of practice meetings? So you need to attend the SBNs. You need to make sure that you become a member of the SBN. You have heard it from Lorraine from WFP. You have heard it from our executive director. That's the future of SMEs. That's the future forum. If you haven't registered, please see Gillian, Newton, and Charles, who was here, and they'll give you all the details you need to get registered as a member of the SBN. You have heard it from government. Government has adopted or accepted the SBN strategy as a national document, and it was launched here together with the KNAP. And so that is what we will be following going forward. So thank you so much, SMEs. I want to thank also especially those who are exhibiting. Special thanks. It is really laborious to have to take your wares from your production places to bring them here. And I'd like to invite all of you after lunch to come and see around what they are doing, buy some of their products, get their contacts, and also learn from that. And with that, I also want to thank the other participants from civil society. Can we see by a show of hands who came from civil society, NGOs, local NGOs, international NGOs? We had Edwin, Dr. Edwin over there. Who are the others who are in the room? Just raise your hand, please. We need to see you. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. GAIN and the SBN works very closely with the SUN CSA, the Civil Society Association, and we have invited the CSA members, the civil society members, to bring on their businesses to the SBN forum so that we can support together using the same strategy. And so finally, I want to thank the panelists. Thank you very much, all the experts and the businesses that were on the panel, and we want to thank you. That was very inspiring, as you saw. I want to thank, finally now, our keynote speakers. Thank you very much, Lorraine. Looks like she has stepped out. Thank you very much, Leila. We would like you to convey our thanks to Veronica. Veronica and Leila have been very, very supportive to GAIN. We want to thank the Minister of Agriculture in absentia because they couldn't come. They have been very passionate about the work that GAIN is doing. And actually the Ministry of Trade, who also couldn't come here today, even though they were not on the speaking program. I want to thank our Executive Director, Lawrence. Lawrence is very passionate about nutrition, as you have seen, and about SMEs, as you've already heard for yourself. So thank you very much, Lawrence. for taking the time out of your cold, cold weather. I hope we have warmed you up. Finally, I want to thank very especially the government of the Netherlands for this support. I want to, in absentia, thank the ambassador. And I want to specifically thank Kim. During the week, as you have had her mention, she has had to come out to represent the embassy and the ambassador to visit a number of our businesses. Some of the businesses were launching new technology and equipment that has been installed in their premises, and she has actually come out with us to support us in that process. So thank you very much, Kim. I'd like to invite you here, Kim, once you finish signing, and send you with a small token to the ambassador. On behalf of the people of the Netherlands, we would like him, hopefully during the conference, before it ends by 5, he might be able to mention that, Harold, do you want me to move? Okay, he says that I should move down.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you have. Do you have these bags, everybody? But probably you can just lift the bags that you have. Do you have these bags? Yeah. Yeah. I think they feel kind of empty. The reason why we were given these bags, it's first of all to get the nice booklet about the companies that GAIN has been supporting. That's number one. Number two, the main reason is that we need to fill these bags with some of the products the SMEs have brought. Yeah? So let's make sure we support the SMEs the best way that we can. And as we say, we promote our own. That's the only way we grow as a community. Now, on to our next session. And I'll be checking before we go for lunch, or rather after lunch, because we have to come and do a walk and just interact with each other. I'll just be checking whether your bags are getting fuller as the day winds down. Do you have a deal? Do we have a deal? Fantastic. All right. I know this was not part of the plan, but I wish to call upon the team from GAIN that was working on this project, from Mate to Leah and the rest of the team. Please, if you could come to the front first to start with. Jillian, everybody. Yes. Yes, here. These are the people who have been hard at work making things happen for the SMEs. Everybody that is with GAIN. Wow, it was such a lean team moving big things. Oh, wow. All right, at this point I want to, it's not the conventional way of a closeout, but I would want to call upon everyone in the room to just stand from wherever you are. It's not conventional, but it's just an appreciation to this team. They've been marvelous in terms of just helping your organizations to get to where they are to start with, and also putting this amazing event where you can be able to also network. And normally, we say we bow to the king or queen, but they are not the king or queens. But in this case, for this event and for what they've been able to do, from the plenary to GAIN. Asanteni. So, a bow to everyone. Lauren, Kim. Yes. Do you need these chairs probably to be removed?
Some could see.
Some could see, yeah. All right, you can take a seat as we just finalize on these quick photos. You can feel free to network as we do this. At least photos don't have audio, so feel free to just network while you're at it.
Carol. Okay, who else is standing?
Remember, you're free to network. The photos can continue. All right. Next, Tim. Sorry. I would kindly request the camera crew to just help us in terms of organizing the rest of the team of the rest of the plenary for a huge group photo with everybody. So kindly, everyone, just come to the front and let's take a good, memorable photo on this day. There's so much space for everybody. At least the group was not so huge. So let's make it quick so that we can be able to network even more over an amazing lunch meal. Kindly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. The SMEs, the leaders from SMEs, kindly, very fast, let's do this. Kamsa, I have seen Proyosa. Please just go to the front. That's what I was asking, where you want. Where do you want? Where? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I think the majority are proposing for us to do it outside the place where there are stairs and steps so that we can be more inclusive. I propose we follow that gentleman very fast. He's just walking out. Let's follow him and just quickly get that photo taken. And we'll get the banner. Yes. 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 Immediately after the photo, we will do a walk through the exhibition area, and then after that, we'll break for lunch. So let's get on to the photo first, and then exhibition.
GAIN is a nutrition-focused institution, and the strategic objective of GAIN is to ensure that we eliminate malnutrition in all its form in the world. The Marketplace for Nutritious Foods project is focused on enabling bottom-of-the-pyramid consumers to access safe and nutritious foods. SMEs provide most of the food items that consumers have. And if then we are able to have these SMEs avail this food in a way that it is accessible to the bottom of the pyramid, then we start solving some of these malnutritional issues or problems that we are having.
We make food accessible and available to the majority of the poor people in Kenya. We do that by supplying food vendors with a number of products, including boiled pulses. We supply our customers on a daily basis. Winning the GAIN technical assistance and financial support, it just shows that we are on the right path and we get recognition for the work that we're doing, but also we get the support. We also have an elevator pitch that we can pitch to investors who would be interested in us.
We have around 1,000 birds, and we produce around 30 trays of eggs on a daily basis. Our target customers are rural households, majorly and I've also developed a better distribution model that ensures that my customer gets the product at a very affordable price.
The reason we focus on the bottom of the pyramid consumers is because we do believe that they may not be having as many choices. The bottom of the pyramid consumers are facing malnutrition in terms of nutrient intake. And the only way that we are able to sustainably provide these nutrients is working with businesses that are providing what we call innovative approaches, because accessibility is also a key factor in food.
Our main product is peanut butter in a sachet, and that is about 40 grams, which we sell to the base of the pyramid market. It's only 20 shillings or 20 US cents. GAIN have been gracious enough to support us tackle our biggest handicap, which was the production process. We had very inefficient production, so they've been gracious enough to give us a grant that will now help us expand our production. And we've also gotten training on quality standards and here into
So you've been able to upskill more because of the cold storage?
We're able to upskill more because, of course, the loss of that user because of dehydration. We're able to just make sure the truck lives at night for the farm, and when it comes from a local distributor, the following day we distribute it.
So for this business, we supported them with a number of things. One is the product development. Because initially when we peanut and other yogurt, then we because they knew there were technicalities in terms of the yogurt, so we attached a consultant to them to develop the yogurt, but also did a market research, business planning, and then eventually funding for the equipment to be able to produce the yogurt in larger quantities. So this is getting it.
So I was wondering how the consumers responded to peanut yogurt.
The consumers.
The customers, they do enjoy yogurt, peanut. It's more favorite. The first time we had a challenge producing this product, but after the income of the importance of peanut, the nutrition value of peanut, they responded very well, and currently really enjoy it.
So because are they all the same price for the? Because you also have strawberry and.
Yes, the same price. Yes. For this one, we are selling it at wholesale of 10 shillings, retail of 30. And for this one, we are selling wholesale of 40, retail of 50. This one, selling at 70.
How are you? Fine, thank you. Tujaonana. Tujaonana. Congratulations. Thank you. Mahali sasa tumefanya kazi. Tumefanya kazi. Tumeenda. This is very good.
Our target consumers at the same time our suppliers of milk, because we are targeting the immediate market within Keringet and its surroundings. Yes. And the uptake is actually okay. They are appreciating. Because actually they are seeing what is happening with their milk, the value addition of the product on the farm. They are actually doing well. And we appreciate the support from Kane. Actually assisted us.
Because in ambassador. Na nyinyi kwa serikali. Lazima nikuje pale.
And so to the Baringo. And for the Narok and Baringo, we are targeting them with the pasteurized milk and the Lala and a little bit of this.
Okay, this is a cooperative, and this Mama is one of the board members.
Oh, really?
When we had the initial meetings, just reminding her how difficult it was for the board to separate this whole thing. So it's a real success.
Yeah.
And she wants to say something.
Sure.
Just want to say thank you. Yogurt is now successful. We are sending to children when they are coming to bring food to the family. They are saying, give us yogurt.
Yes.
Do not enhance yogurt.
Yes.
So we are making money. Thank you.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. I mean, it's a pleasure for us as well, of course.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, in the end, Gain's success and your success becomes our success. So. It's very nice to hear.
We have the machines. We're able to get into the market. We have the technical with the development and the product, going into the market and doing the extension work with the farmers in terms of the need for the quality product from the farm, so that we ensure we have the continuous ensuring of the quality of the product to the consumer.
Yeah, that's very important.
And we are now in the process of preparing a refrigerated food so that we should be going fast.
Yeah.
It's now in the concession.
Yep, I think you have combined two very nice products together, and it's something that everyone likes. I don't think you need to sell it. You have a hardcore strategy needed to sell this, especially to kids.
Yeah.
So this is very
This
good.
one we are very proud of it. It's very difficult as a beginning.
So we have something.
Okay. So that you can go and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone's going to be very jealous of me eating yogurt. Peanuts.
Oh, okay. Thank you. This one is yours. What you got this one? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, madam.
Well, that's
Yeah.
all right.
These are pictures?
Very good for our office. Thank you so much. Asante. Endelea, tutakuja pale.
You guys are very good. Yeah, I was reading in one of my emails somebody other folks in the embassies, lots of people did get COVID.
That were not compromised, they were not ours. Just the Motorola to go and
sour porridge, fermented porridge. It's one of the porridges that it's in certificates. It's one of the fermentation process. So we work with the products and also bring it into this packaging. Initially, you had the technology said that the packaging sometimes was saying is 4 years fertilizer. So we wanted to develop it and make it a little bit more presentable to the consumers. It's one aspect of consumer demand and creation.
Right.
Yeah, so this is Prosper, and I'll just ask them to say 2 sentences, like 30 seconds. Maybe if you have a question, you can do that. Yeah, okay.
African food. If you're in Africa, we always say welcome. And welcome is take a small one, just take something, tell us. Then we talk about it.
Okay.
A small one? Yeah. Yeah. The smell, the color, the taste.
This is going to be a pretty tasting. How am I going to eat this?
No, it has a vanilla. It's flavor. It has sugar. A little bit of flavor. It's just the flavoring. Because what we are trying to mimic is it is made 100% of the local ingredients, which is sorghum, finger millet, maize, is fortified with vitamins and minerals. Now the idea here is we ourselves are a high socio impact company. Our purpose is to fight malnutrition, to fight unemployment, to fight poverty, and make a profit. Now one of the ways of fighting poverty is to encourage the orphaned crops. The orphaned crops are the crops which our ancestors eat, like sorghum and finger millet. And these are the same crops which are good for semi-arid regions. You can plant them in the semi-arid regions, low rainfall regions, and they will do. Now, we then fortified it and flavored so that we mimic yogurt, the milky products. And when we put the micronutrients, then what we have put here is actually a fully balanced diet. In the other ones, if you take this product and you don't have to supplement with anything else, because this is what the African in the village is eating. Taking beans, mixed with the maize, cook together, and then eat. They don't eat anything else, they have no other staple foods. Meaning what we have reproduced with a shelf life of 6 months is what can actually sustain you eating nothing else. And that's why I was saying the lady who was sitting next to me, we should start talking with World Food Program. Because with World Food Program, this is what they buy, which we make. We can also make it for them, we make it. We have never sold World Food Program, but we can sell it. Wages, we can also sell this to them, and it will be very, very comparable to plantain nuts. Not the plantain nuts. Plantain nuts have come from, it's not our taste. It's not an African taste. But they are made before for resuscitation, where we have very high malnutrition. You can as well take a cup of this, give it to a child or a person who is highly malnourished, it will be exactly the same. So what the plantain nuts give is what we give, including oil. This one has got oil. It has got oil. It has got 3 pins, which is not normally there in the foreign. So basically, that's how we are. I want to say thank you very much to Gail. This is Angeli product. From the one to go to the end. When Dr. Kenyoro talked about fertilizer. This is what he was saying. It was called foliar feed. Because we put in a bottle which looked like a foliar feed bottle to go and, you know, when we were marketing, we had not developed ours. And everyone was saying it tastes good, but looks like a fertilizer, looks like a foliar feed. Yeah, that was a problem.
The good thing about this product, it has not a shelf stable. It doesn't require the cold chain. So it is really a fat advantage. It can be taken, it can be distributed quite easily. Yeah, because again, for things like yogurt, that's one of the challenges you have. If you don't have a cold chain, then the distribution period is really very fast.
And the price is very, very cheap. We are talking of just about 30 cents for this one. And if you take a whole 20, we are talking of 500 shillings, which is 25 US cents. That shillings retail to the person who will be retailing, but at the wholesale, it's factory price, that one will go for 500 shillings, 20 of them. Yeah. Which is just $5.
And the flour?
Yeah?
The flour?
The flour is, this has been made out of this. Yeah? And the flour also will be selling in now in quantity. This is not for sale. It's here just for display. We haven't come with some for sale. 3 kg is 450 shillings for 3 kg. Yeah. And this flour, so if you go to the NGOs for feeding programs, we come from 3 kg, 1 kg, and even 25. This flour, we have sold it to the government of Kenya to feed, for feeding in Wajir, Marisha, you know, the roadmap. We have sold it to the local governments for school feeding programs. And the beauty with the flour also is it is exactly like the porridge. All you need is just a scoop and a cream it with water, you mix, you have your porridge.
Cold?
Or, yeah.
Cold water?
Cold water, warm water, milk, doesn't matter. You just, you can put warm water, you start, you have a porridge. You put cold water, you start, you have a porridge. So it's this one, but in flour. But also maybe you don't, it requires no cooking. You just take and mix, take at the mold. If you go to a place where you have already said about one is children, yeah? All you need is to take a little bit of it, put on their tongue, give them sleep, and they take water. You are good. Yeah? So it's also ready to eat. Yeah.
It's nice that it's so close to the normal diet. We're not introducing anything new, something from 10 years.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Exactly the same
Especially in the industrial area. We have a lot of people working in the industry.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Briefly just talk about Kamsa. Yeah, it's one of the
Hi, how are you? Yeah, Kamsa poultry is trying to produce eggs in large scale. We're trying to take advantage of economies of scale to reduce the production cost to make eggs affordable. So we are also keen on quality, so that we are keen on selecting the breed of chicken and the kind of feeds we give, so that we can be able to produce the yellow yolk is a quality factor that customers are keen on. Our pricing is very favorable for the income consumers, and also eggs in itself is very affordable. We are trying to showcase these are 3 eggs made using tomatoes. These are also 3 eggs made without tomatoes. This is an omelette as well. So this can be a meal for maybe 2 or 3 people at a cost of maybe 5 cents USD. That's about 50 Kenya shillings. So that's what we are trying to do, make protein for the populace. We are based in the rural part of Western Kenya. So our target area is
What kind of chickens are they?
these are hybrid layers.
Yeah, they're Kenyan. Do you have them from the States?
Most of the chicken, those who produce chicks, the hatcheries, most of them layers with foreign countries. Use the parents, then the parent structure is here. That's what we do. So mostly it's a partnership with most Indian companies. Because the Indian companies are able to breed chicken breeds that are suitable for the climate. So that's how we get our chicken.
I have once been told Kenyans are very picky. They know exactly which one is from Kenyan chicken or hybrid. So how is that in terms of consumers? Do they accept it?
Yeah, that's why I say the yellow yolk is a key component. What happens is that the local production is about 40% of the demand. So there's a lot of imports that comes to supplement the yellow yolk. So when they are buying something, they go for the cheapest eggs. The cheapest eggs are the low quality that have not have the yellow yolk. So when they come at the market, that's how most customers can differentiate between the ones that are locally and what are
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How much to athlete? Yeah, no, I heard some stories and I'm
at the retail price, yeah, so this is how we make them and then the transformation.
So you have your chickens yourself. You're not working with other farmers. You have the chickens yourself.
Yes.
You know.
We bring them in their daycare. We rear them until they start laying, and then we collect the eggs. Until they stop laying, then we sell them as eggs. So we come and sell.
So why do you switch to say that you don't get enough eggs?
It's about consumer information. Yeah. Eggs. And then also the issue of availability. Eggs are only in the urban areas. And of course, those that they rest, they collect a few eggs and that's what they cook. But they rarely bought eggs. So they ate fewer, as little as what is produced at home.
Yeah.
Because the difference is huge. Averagely, Kenya, we consume about 36, almost 40 eggs per capita. Yeah, and World Health recommends 182. So there's a huge gap.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I think they can go ahead and please go ahead and explain what's it.
The pre-cooked beans, we are working with two varieties from Karo. One is Nyota and the other one is Category 1, the yellow beans. So we usually cook the beans until they are ready for eating. Then we go and dry them. Okay, take them back to their normal position. Basically, this before this lettuce, you are using the deep stones, traditional ones, to do the cooking. Then from there, we used to do the sun drying. Yeah. Then we are using now steam. This way we have the cooking. They are now drying using a little bit. Then from there, now, during the process of drying, you find out that some